TV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage here on NDTV World as we track down the election results of United States. The voting still in early stages, ladies and gentlemen, but early trends show can Donald Trump at this moment, which was expected to be a very tightly contest, a race to the wire, is Donald Trump defying the exit polls and expectations once again? At this moment, the latest, in fact, Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris, 198 plays 112 so far. 270 is the Electoral College votes that Donald Trump needs to this race of White House. Both the candidates locked in a fight. Remember, it's still early to call. There are many states where the polling has just ended, the counting has just begun. We'll get you all the latest from the ground and the best analysis here in the studio. Let's start with the headlines we are tracking at this moment. Early poll forecast shows Trump crosses 270. Donald Trump leads on 198 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 112 electoral votes needs a lot of catching up to do at this moment. Indian-American candidate Subramanyam projected to win first Indian-American congressman from the East Coast. CNN projects Trump winning Ohio. Meanwhile, AP projects Harris wins District of Columbia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuously tracking the twists and turns of the most dramatic American election, most consequential in the recent history as well. Gauri Dwivedi, my colleague, also with us from Washington, D.C. at this moment. Gauri, is Donald Trump, that's the big question that people have already started asking, is he going to defy the exit polls? 198 at this moment plays 112 in favor of Donald Trump.
Well, who knows that, Ankit, and if I knew that answer, I would have been a multi-millionaire, won't I? But what I can say right now is that some of the numbers that I am seeing, these are, of course, early trends. They've given about upwards of 200 to Donald Trump right now. Kamala Harris is at 117, but the reason for that is that California hasn't been declared. That California alone is 54 seats, and that is set to go to Kamala Harris unless something really drastic happens. It is set to go to Kamala Harris. It is set to go to Democrat camp. So suddenly the number will change completely. So some very big states, the numbers haven't come out. California being one, as I said, Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, and of course Pennsylvania. Those big numbers are yet to come out, and as some of them, if they go towards the Democrat camp, that picture will change completely. So as things stand right now, it is very clear that, as they say, it's still game on, because right now there's a lot of Electoral College votes that are up for grabs right now. Early trends do give an advantage to Donald Trump right now, but we should be seeing them just as what they are, early trends.
Absolutely. And, as they say, don't write off anybody, don't call the election till the last vote is counted. And it is a long way before that happens in this long night in United States at this moment. Parmesh, you're also here in the studio with us. But the fact remains at this moment, we are yet to see what's happening as far as the swing states are concerned. Though, like states like Pennsylvania, where at this moment counting though has started, but it's still very slow. People are still, in fact, just early trends, emerging from there as well. Now, Huma Iqbal is joining us from Houston, Texas, a deep red state. So far, Huma, no surprises there, at least with Texas, and overall also in the picture, not, a big state which was expected to go either way, flipping. So no surprises so far. It still remains a very, tight contest.
64% votes in.
We were hoping that this time a lot of people might swing towards more blue than red, because the past couple of years it did seem like people are converting to blue from red, but seems like it did not happen this time. And joining us is Sheriff Ed Gonzalez. He's been serving for the past 2 terms, past 8 years, and very highly likely that this year he's going to continue as well. Hello and welcome. So, what is your thoughts about? Do you think that state is ever going to convert to blue state?
I think so. I think sometimes changes is long and difficult, but I think it's just a matter of time. I think the younger electorate that's maturing and going home will favor a blue law. That's a game that may take the law. It's not easy, but it's happening. Progress is big.
Earlier, we had spoken to a lot of other immigrants about the immigrant situation from our part of the continent. How about your perspective from your part of the continent, for your countries and South America? What do you think about the immigrant situation?
I'm very pro-immigration. I believe that immigrants have contributed greatly to the greatness of our country.
Right, we will, of course, get you an update from Texas in just about a few moments. Let's go across to Arizona for now, Ankit, where Tony joins us from. Tony, it's a very close call, as we can tell. 49% votes in Arizona at the moment. The Dems at 49.5%. The Republicans 0.2% ahead at 49.7%. Quite the toss-up.
Yeah, I mean, the races here in Arizona are always extraordinarily close. When we look back to 2020, Biden won the election by fewer than 10,500 votes. When you think that there's more than 4 million registered voters, that is such a tiny, narrow margin that he was able to take this state. The first time that a Democrat had won Arizona since 1996 under when Bill Clinton took the state. So the races here are exceptionally tight. Officials have been warning that it was going to be a tight race, and they've also been warning that it's going to take a long time potentially to count all of these ballots, upwards of 13 days to count every single one of them. Part of the reason is that the ballot this time around is extraordinarily long. We're talking about 2 pages front and back. That's a lot of questions to fill out for the voters. It's a lot for these tabulation machines to be calculating. And then also there is a lot of people, upwards of 500,000, that dropped off these mail-in ballots today at voting locations. All of those ballots are going to have their signatures verified. They're going to have to then have 5 days if there's any discrepancies to work out any of those problems. And when you're talking about a margin potentially of, less than 1 percentage point, then every single vote is going to count here. There are a lot of issues that these voters are going to be voting on as well. One of them, of course, is this ballot measure to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. Democrats are hoping that's going to bring out a lot of Democratic voters, or perhaps push some Republicans into Democratic territory. Another thing they're voting on, though, is immigration, a bill that would basically give state law enforcement the power to stop, question, detain, prosecute people that they suspect have crossed into the United States illegally from Mexico into Arizona. Of course, Arizona is a border state, the only one of all of the battlegrounds. So it is really on the front lines of the immigration debate, which, as you know, is top of mind for a lot of voters this time around. But as it looks right now, Arizona, in these first batch of results that we're getting out right now, very, very tight between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. But again, this was to be expected. It's going to be many days likely before we get the final results here.
Indeed, in fact, let's also get in Alistair, who is at a watch party where Suhas Subramanyam has been declared the winner. In fact, it's a very significant moment, Alistair, isn't it, for Suhas and also, of course, for the entire Indian American community. It's more so in this election where they've really come to prominence, haven't they?
Yes, absolutely, Gauri. As you know, we have about 5 Indian American Congress people currently in office. Of course, we're waiting on results on the others as well. But if they win, and now that Suhas is Congressman-elect, it would be a number. The number would go up to 6. So this Samosa caucus, so to speak, from India going up to 6 potentially. Of course, waiting on the results of some of the others as well. And I'm joined here by some of Suhas's supporters as well. As you can see, the party has kind of died down because we know that Suhas is now the winner in this as U.S. Congressman for Virginia. And Buta, she told me I had to get her name right. How does it feel knowing that you've worked hard and now Suhas is in office? What are you hoping that what kind of change are you hoping he's going to bring?
I think the change that we hope that he brings is the things similar to what he's already done as a state senator and a state delegate, and that is representing the interests of the people and providing the diversity. In Loudoun County, which is going to be the jurisdiction that he predominantly represents, we are 26% South Asian. Now we have somebody here who represents that. That's amazing because we want our young people to be able to see themselves in their leaders, and Suhas is the epitome of that. Now, as far as the interest that we expect them to be able to move forward on is going to be protection of women's rights. It's going to be making sure that people have an affordable ability to be able to have affordable housing and also to have opportunities for businesses. So those are the things that I see that he will bring to the table and be able to be the leader for.
All right, Derek, you have some big concerns about what might happen if Donald Trump comes into office. Something very personal as far as Trump's immigration policies go. What is it?
Sure. So my family has been here for hundreds of years. I'm an African American, but I'm married to a Mexican American, someone of Latino descent, obviously. And I think it goes without saying that we have an understanding that there has been a systematic targeting of people who are coming across the border to seek asylum and all different things. My wife is someone who actually works with asylum seekers and happens to be a first generation, an immigrant herself. And the conversations that she and her friends have, unfortunately, I can't relate to it, but I do have the same fear that they have, where there is a fear that very well folks who sought asylum or gotten citizenship, others who've been naturalized, that there's a possibility because of the rhetoric that is being spewed by certain parties in this country, that it's possible that these people could be set back. And it's unfortunate.
All right, how are you feeling right now? Things still swinging along because we haven't got that verdict yet on the swing states. How does it feel? Are you jittery, nervous, based on whatever you've heard?
So I'm very nervous because the stakes are so high. Or like we have the opportunity to take our country forward or push us back 50 or 150 years. So the risks are very great. I'm always hopeful. And I hope that Vice President Kamala Harris is able to prevail. And that's what we're going to keep praying on and making sure that we are supportive of her being able to do that.
And very lastly, Derek, it's not just about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Everyone's also watching keenly what happens as far as the Senate and the Congress go, because if they don't have that leverage there, well, the president really can't do much on several fronts, right?
Yeah, I think to your point, the power, we've seen the levels of power that the presidency has because of Trump's presidency. We see how far he can go and how far you can't go, right? And a lot of it has to do with those elected leaders that we elect, like Suhas, those in Congress and those in the Senate. And so we do look forward to having a Senate that is on the side of, of progress, as Buda just mentioned, and one that's not going to help a president take us back 150 years.
All right, thank you very much for joining us here. Going to be a long night, it looks like. Hopefully we get some sort of sense of what's happening. Thanks again for your time on NDTV.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations to your supporter of having supported Suhal Subramanyam.
Excellent. Thank you.
And hand it back to you to Gauri Dwivedi. Gauri, I think you're still at Howard University, right? How's it looking there?
I am at Harvard University, and the mood of celebration is in fact only growing. And before I get in William from Florida, let me just tell our viewers, why is there this mood of celebration where the numbers don't seem to indicate that? For one clear reason: one, some of the biggest states like California are yet to be called, and that is set to go to Kamala Harris. And second, just a very basic scenario building for our viewers right now. As of now, Donald Trump is leading in Georgia and North Carolina, important states. So one may believe that with those two, he is headed to victory. But there is still a possibility that Kamala Harris can reach that 270 mark if she is able to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and of course Pennsylvania.
In fact, Gauri, in the latest, the latest is that Donald Trump is leading. At this moment, a slender lead, but he's leading in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as well.
And Georgia.
And Georgia, along with North Carolina. And on the other hand, Kamala Harris has leads in two of the swing states, Arizona and Michigan. So at this moment, it's 4-2 among the 6 swing states. Nevada is yet to, in fact, start as far as the trends, are supposed to come in.
As they say, kuch bhi ho sakta hai in Hindi, as they say this. And we can ask that to William as well in Florida, that it's too early to celebrate there as well, isn't it? Because it's really down to the wire. And as some of these updates seem to indicate, that the 2 states where Donald Trump has a much better chance of winning right now is Georgia and North Carolina, because there is a lead there. It's still too early to call, given so many swing states in play right now.
That's absolutely right. And here at this Donald Trump supporters party, well, the band may have left, the crowd might be thinning somewhat, but that is not to say that the optimism has waned at all. Quite the opposite. Just a few moments ago, before we came on air, there was a big roar from the supporters that have remained here at this supporters bar when some of the networks here in the US called the state of Iowa for Donald Trump. Now, that is only 6 electoral college votes, but just a few days ago, a poll came out that shocked many across the US that gave Kamala Harris a surprise win in that state. So there's certainly some optimism among Donald Trump supporters that that particular poll was an outlier. He, of course, has now won that state, and they hope that that is a further sign that there is momentum, not just in some of the swing states you mentioned, but across much of the Rust Belt. This race, as you rightly mentioned, far from over, but the view from many of Donald Trump's supporters here is that Kamala Harris's road to victory is certainly getting narrower and narrower, but of course with so many votes still to be counted in some of those crucial states, including in the Rust Belt, the likes of Michigan, the likes of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, of course.
Okay, Gauri has some important update there. Let's very quickly go back to Gauri. Over to you.
Ankit, I think fresh update coming in is that Donald Trump has won Iowa along with Kansas. If that is true, that's very significant, because Iowa over the weekend, one of the most credible pollsters had said that Kamala Harris would be able to flip, and that gave her a substantial chance of being able to reach 270. These are just latest trends, and in fact this is an update that's coming in. If Donald Trump has indeed won Iowa, then that's a huge plus for him in terms of his path to 270. And given the fact that Kamala Harris is trailing in some key states like Georgia, then that's important.
This is exactly what William was in fact talking about, that gives a lot of optimism to the Donald Trump supporters. He was speaking about Iowa, how it has in fact been won by Donald Trump, which was earlier, like you are saying, being projected by a pollster to in fact flip to Kamala Harris. But Parma, you know, at this moment, like we were talking about the swing state, the latest coming in is that even Michigan, where Kamala Harris were earlier leading, now it seems has gone, Donald Trump is leading in Michigan as well. So at least in the swing states, which are crucial, it's looking difficult at this moment. A lot of catching up for Kamala Harris at this moment.
Indeed, it seems like it's going to be an uphill task for Kamala Harris as things are out. Gauri, is it still too early to be doubting whether the Democrats will be able to match up to Trump sort of standing as we speak?
Okay, we can do that basic math. 54 of California and 19 for Pennsylvania. That's about 73. Basic, I think that if we add, and along with that, some of the other states, then that, you know, it may just come down to maybe 1 or 2 states here or there. So that is the reason why nobody is really willing to give it up. Also, again, the fact is that the margin, if it comes down to very little, then that increases the hope of a recount. And in the event of a recount, who knows who will end up becoming victorious, which is the reason why no campaign is either celebrating too much or is giving any signs whatsoever of conceding even an iota of territory there right now.
Right, we've also got Chris Canquejo with us from Michigan. Chris, nearly 80% of the votes have been counted in Michigan. Does it seem like Trump is going to be entering the White House yet again?
Well, I see that 26% of the votes are counted in Michigan, and Trump has taken the lead. And the Secretary of State, who's the top election official in Michigan, said that they were on track to beat their highest election turnout from 2020, which was 5.5 million people voting. At least 3.3 million people in Michigan voted early. It was the first election in which they were allowed to do so. And we hope to get the totals from the big urban area of Detroit, where I am, hopefully by tonight or tomorrow. So we will really see, you know, what the margin is, because we don't know. Donald Trump is leading right now, but we don't know where the outstanding vote is to be counted still.
You know, can I then just ask you a supplementary question on that? Because in Michigan, which has a very mixed population, a large population of the Muslims and the Arabs,
yes,
has the Gaza war and the way the Biden administration has, in fact, gone ahead with that, there has been a lot of criticism. Has that played against Kamala Harris as far as Michigan is concerned?
Oh, absolutely. I heard it on the ground in Dearborn, which is the first Arab majority city in the U.S. as of 2023. You know, I was trying to get some people to talk on camera, and they didn't even want to go on camera because they said they had family in both Gaza and Lebanon, and they could not support the current administration. But whether they voted for Trump or a third-party candidate or left their vote blank in the presidential race, they wouldn't even say that to me, because it's such an emotional issue. But I should tell you that during the primary, when Joe Biden was still the candidate, there was an effort as a protest to have them vote uncommitted, and 10,000 voted uncommitted. And so in a state that Donald Trump only won by less than 11,000 votes, you know, that kind of swing amongst, you know, a key voting bloc could matter here in Michigan.
Indeed.
That's right. In fact, important updates are also coming in. And Natasha, our colleague, is with us from the other important swing state. Gauri was also talking about 19 electoral votes of Pennsylvania. Natasha is at this, at least Natasha, what I can see running behind you, are you at a Donald Trump supporters kind of, you know, place, a party there? Because at least at this moment, Fox News is playing behind her. At least at this moment, with us, it's 210 in favor of Donald Trump, playing 112 for Kamala Harris. And even in Pennsylvania, there is a slender lead for Donald Trump.
Yes, we are the young Republican Party in downtown Philadelphia, one of Pennsylvania's largest cities. And as you can see, there's a lot of cheering here, but the people here have been sitting here for the last 2 years state, Donald Trump, light up their screen that they've been watching. Joining us is a young Republican, and we want to talk to him about how he thinks it's looking for his candidate tonight.
Yeah, I mean, do you have a starting question, or should I just go?
Yeah, no, I want to ask you, how do you think it's looking for your candidate tonight? Do you think there's a chance he can actually win Pennsylvania, which is a key swing state with 19 electoral college votes?
Pennsylvania is an understatement. I think he's going to win the country, no doubt. And there are a lot of people here who have, concerns about that. People are all nervous. My buddy over there is shaking his foot, but he's going to win. There's no question about it in my mind.
You were telling me earlier that you feel that you are a forgotten minority now in this country.
Absolutely.
Why were you saying that? A lot of people consider the white male man as actually the majority in this country.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think the majority has, and I'd say accidentally, become the minority, mentally speaking, right? Where I think, economically and socially, people like me are sort of thrown under the bus in order to enable people who are, not to say anything, but like the border and whatnot, right? Illegals and whatnot. Like the message becomes, oh, how important are these people for the country? When it's, it's up to you whether or not you want to give these people asylum or not give these people asylum, but it feels like they come before the average American nowadays.
So you see yourself as the average American, and one of the things that you're concerned about is your job, right? But at the same time, this economy in the United States also runs on the labor of immigrants. A lot of businesses, even white-owned businesses, might suffer if there is a reduction in immigration in the country.
Well, I mean, that's true. There is some input from illegal immigrants and whatnot, but legal immigrants is more what you want to focus on. Is we haven't had a functioning economy for years. I can't afford groceries, right? I'm not in poverty, and I can't afford groceries in a rational sense, right? If I wanted to have kids right now, how can I supplement my family? How could I pay for my family?
So what we're hearing right now is something that I've heard from others too. A lot of concerns from white young men and also other ethnicities around the economy, around inflation, around their grocery bills, and a lot of them feel that Donald Trump will bring the answer. So when he says questionable things about immigration and the border, that doesn't bother them as much as their own pocket and their own wallet.
Well, I mean, I'll say this. It's not a racial issue.
I'm throwing it back.
In fact, Ankit, that's something that has come up in the past 6 months as well, that in Pennsylvania especially, people have been complaining about price gouging, that the prices for basic things are just way too expensive. They don't really focus that much on the term inflation, but price gouging and the fact that everyday necessities are now causing a dent in their pockets is a concern for American voters.
Absolutely, and it seems to be a big concern that is also, at least at this moment, has given an edge to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania as well. All right.
Seems so.
That's
well, news and updates continue right here. Extensive coverage with the one and only Ankit Tyagi and the rest of our team here. Slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. The swing states are going to be declared any time now. We are going to get you the latest.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our continuous rolling coverage here of the US election, the 360-degree view that NDTV World promises you on this very, very critical election. I'm being joined by my colleague Parmeshwar here in the studio. We'll also go across to our colleagues spread across the United States.
But let's begin with the headlines before we get you the lowdown. Early poll forecast shows Trump crosses the 270 mark. Donald Trump is leading with 210 electoral votes.
Kamala Harris at this moment leading on 112 electoral votes.
Several battleground states are too close to call. There's a razor-thin lead for Trump in 5 swing states. Well, Gauri Dwivedi has been tracking the latest developments for us. She's at Howard University at the moment. Jubilations behind her. Gauri, take us through the current state of affairs as far as the 7 battleground states are concerned. How do things stand?
That's pretty much where it boils down to, doesn't it, Parmeshwar? As far as the battleground states or the swing states are concerned, Donald Trump is most certainly leading in Georgia. That state accounts for 16 electoral college votes. It was expected that he would be able to flip it in this election, given that he lost by a wafer-thin margin. That's one. Second, North Carolina, again, 16 electoral college votes, where Donald Trump is again leading. One may say that, of course, only about 30% votes have been counted so far, actually less than that. But the fact is, there is a lead that Donald Trump has there. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral college votes there. In some counties, voting ended as late as, in fact, 11 o'clock ET. Right now, it ended. So it may be some time before we actually get to know which way Pennsylvania goes. But some very early trends seem to indicate that Donald Trump had made a big, had made some dent there as well. So if he gets Pennsylvania, Georgia and North Carolina, then his path to 270 is almost certain. He just needs one more state to flip for him for it to happen. As for Kamala Harris, well, if she's trailing in Georgia, North Carolina and Pennsylvania is very early, then she's got to pick up all the remaining and then hope for that tiebreaker to come in from Nebraska. Nebraska has 3 seats. One has been declared. The remaining 2 are yet to be. And if it does happen there, that could probably be Kamala Harris's best bet. But what I can say is it may take some time before the swing states give a verdict. And it's only then we will know whether the celebration party here that's going on will continue through the night or will have to shift halfway across to Florida.
All right. So, very, very important, these swing states. And, as we have been discussing, last few elections, Pennsylvania has always also been a bellwether state.
Yes, indeed.
You've not gone to White House without winning Pennsylvania. That slender lead at this moment for Donald Trump. Now, let's just take a look at the chances of winning. Now, This is based on the leads and the results which are coming in so far and the number of seats which are left. So at this moment, a slight increase in the chances for Kamala Harris, 37%, but Donald Trump sitting there at 62% at this moment, because even if you look at the numbers, the 214 electoral votes play 178 for Kamala Harris. She has caught up, but still Donald Trump there in the lead. And at this moment, like Gauri was telling us, Parmeshwar, if you have the lead in 5 of the 7 swing states, that is going to give a lot of heart to the Republican voters and Donald Trump supporters.
And just imagine what it's doing to Donald Trump as we're speaking right now, Ankit.
Absolutely.
In fact, we have a Republican and Democrat voice on the show with us at the moment. Alex Zidane joining us, Republican strategist, live from New York. Also with us, Spencer Critchley, former communications advisor for the Obama campaign and a Democrat strategist. Spencer, I'd like to begin with you first. Let's dive right into the black voters. As many surveys have highlighted, a lot of black voters seem to be moving away from Kamala Harris this time around and leaning towards Trump. Can you take our viewers through why this might be happening?
There was certainly some movement among black voters as well as Hispanic voters, and that should be cause for concern to not just the Harris campaign, but to Democrats as a party. The last I saw, some of that movement was reversing. It appeared in particular that black voters and young black male voters were returning towards Harris. But the fact that there was any question should be of concern to Democrats. I think that it's a case that Democrats are wrestling with more broadly, where their policies benefit the great majority of Americans, not just black voters, Hispanic voters, but working and middle class voters. And yet many of those people have stopped believing that, often for more cultural reasons than for fact-based reasons, I think. Now, this is not to say that those people are stupid. It's to say that very often cultural connections greatly outweigh factual arguments. And I think Democrats in general have struggled to unite both the factual substance they can claim, where their policies really do benefit a majority of Americans, a strong majority of Americans, but unite that with a cultural story that resonates with a great majority of Americans. Now, all of that said, I don't want to encourage any judgments too soon, because we could be seeing the famous red mirage right now. Very often elections have shifted as the night goes on and more Democratic-leaning votes are counted.
In fact, that's right. Earlier, we were seeing, now the California has been called for the Democrats, and that's why you see a swing up for Kamala Harris in those numbers. 179 at this moment, placed 214. But Alex, if I may come to you, there has been a change of strategy that we saw as far as the Republicans are concerned. Last election, President Trump was very vociferous against the male vote, and he kept speaking against it. This time, there has been a lot of shift in the policy to try and get the male vote as far as the Republicans are concerned, the early vote as well. Is that something that is paying off? Because at least at this moment, the crucial factor has been not just how many people came out to vote on the polling day, but also the number of votes which were, in fact, polled even before the polling started.
Well, I certainly think that mail-ins have been catching on with Republicans, but the early vote has just exploded among Republican voters. They really like it. I saw it myself when I went out to vote on Saturday. Across the country, Republican voters have embraced early voting. And I think you're seeing the results of that tonight, not just the issues that former President Trump leads on, like the economy, like the border, like his peace through strength message, which resonates with every person who votes for him, regardless of their race, color, or creed. But just the fact that Republicans are now running to go out and vote early is a hugely encouraging sign, and it's something that I think that we're seeing pay off right now. Obviously, it is too early to fully claim victory, but right now I think former President Trump is exactly where he needs to be, in an excellent position to retake the White House.
Right, we also have John Rosamondo joining us, who's a U.S. national security commentator. John, there have been many concerns that have been that geopolitical watchers, political analysts have highlighted across the globe, that if Trump gets a second term in office, this time he's coming back with no guardrails. What would this mean for foreign policy? What would this mean for Washington being in good hands as far as NATO is concerned? Take us through some of the implications.
Well, I think this means a return to the sort of peace through strength that we saw in the first term, and also a return to the sort of peace through strength we saw during Reagan's time in office. The last 4 years, we've seen appeasement time after time by the Democrats. We saw that starting with Joe Biden giving away the nuclear agreement when he first came into office, to him appeasing the Iranians. So I think that it is a return to the U.S. working together with India as a major partner, working together with our partners in NATO, but putting more of an emphasis on the Europeans picking up the slack in Europe, with the United States playing a role as a leader. I don't think that we're going to see any sort of isolationism, which has been an unfair criticism leveled by the Democrats and their allies.
Just a corresponding question to that, and specifically talking about Europe, when there is a war going on between Russia and Ukraine, where so far the administration, the Biden administration, has been quite supportive of Ukraine. Donald Trump has continuously been saying that this war has to end. How do you see that happening if in the likely or in the scenario Donald Trump wins and he reclaims the White House? What happens to that conflict as we speak?
As far as, if you're asking me, the conflict in Ukraine is something that simply is not winnable by either side. Ukraine has become a meat grinder. It's very idealistic to claim that we can win and push the Russians out of the territory they control. I mean, I think that right now the best alternative is something akin to what we have in Korea, where we've had a demilitarized zone for the past 70 or some years. And, I don't think that there's any way that Ukraine is going to retake the territory currently held by the Russians, doesn't have the military means to do so. And NATO doesn't have the ability to push the Russians out. So you have to be pragmatic in this situation. I think that President Trump and his national security team will push for pragmatism instead of throwing hundreds of billions of dollars for a strategy that hasn't worked.
Wars, as you know, are becoming ever harder to end. As we speak currently, do you believe the United States remains the most consequential international actor in matters of peace and security?
States has a leading role. We have the largest economy in the world. We have the most powerful military, and we have a lot of credibility. President Trump showed in his first term that he was able to show leadership. He was able to get the NATO members to increase their contributions to over over 2% of their GDP, as was required under the NATO agreement. He also was able to work with Prime Minister Modi to increase the cooperation between the United States and India, and also work with people like Shinzo Abe and Japan to encourage the rearmament, which is something that shows that Donald Trump is not an isolationist.
Right, Spencer, let me bring you in, at this moment with a lot of issues that are being spoken about, and at least the exit poll, while they put democracy right at the top, followed by economy, and then also there is a lot of resonance as far as the reproductive rights are concerned. The Harris campaign would have been hoping that apart from the Democrats, they would be able to get significant votes, even in red states, from the women voters, at least at this moment with the trends coming in. that doesn't seem to be suggesting that there is a significant dent among this issue as far as the red voters are concerned.
Yes, at this point in the evening, again, with the caveat that we really don't know what's going to happen later in the evening, unless Trump manages to go over the top later this evening. There's a lot I would challenge on a factual basis with what we just heard. But rather than get into the weeds about that, I think that by far the overwhelming issue in this election is that it is not a contest, a normal contest between Republicans and Democrats or between any version of the right and the left that we're familiar with in a liberal democracy. This is a vote for either one candidate, Kamala Harris, who is in favor of continuing liberal democracy, the liberal democracy that America was founded on as the first one, or overthrowing that, which Trump has already tried to do, not just on January 6th, but through all the months and months of preparation and the multifaceted plan he put together to literally try to overthrow our democracy. And it's far too easy to lose sight of that fact. It's one of those things that's such an enormity of a fact that people tend to banish it from their minds and want to turn towards the normal kinds of debates over economic policy or foreign policy, environmental policy, etc. But really, this is a choice between whether we are in favor of liberal democracy or not. And it's not just Trump following his impulsive, frankly, gangsterish impulses that he did in his first administration. Now he has a large core of committed ideologues who have made no secret of their hostility to liberal democracy. Many of them believe that the United States should be converted to a Christian dominion, taking us back not just to the 50s, as is often said about Trump, but taking us back centuries before the Enlightenment into the Middle Ages. This really is the most concerning issue, as I say, and by far the overriding issue in this campaign. And I would also just, in closing, note that it is part of a global trend. We're seeing this in other advanced democracies like Germany, Italy, France, Britain, and indeed in the Ukraine-Russia war, where Russia represents the anti-liberal forces in their most extreme form, led by a man who Trump openly admires, along with the world's other dictators, attacking an independent liberal democracy. So really, this is an enormous issue, and I think every other issue pales in comparison.
Well, before we get in a word from Alex as well, let's just take a look at the latest visuals coming in, Ankit. The Harris campaign rally on the left side of your screens and the Trump campaign rally on the right side of your screens. Packed crowds, as expected.
But, you know, packed crowds, and if you look at these numbers, very hopeful supporters there. But it also tells you at this moment that it's muted expectations from both sides. I mean, there is not over-the-top celebrations at this moment, either in both the camps. And, like we've been talking to our guests as well, this election, you couldn't have had two such contrasting, polarizing figures and absolutely different political ideologies battling it out in the United States, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, Alex, let's get in a word from you as well. Many actually say that the average American is actually very skeptical about Kamala Harris. In fact, many in your quarters say this out louder. But here she is running against an impeached felon, and it's still a toss-up. How is it that you and your campaign have been able to sort of galvanize such a huge support in a short period of time since when Kamala Harris entered the race?
Well, thank you for letting me respond. I really thought that Spencer was going to accuse the Republican Party of trying to take the U.S. back to the time of the dinosaurs in prehistory. The way that former President Trump reaches people is that he reaches average, regular people who are concerned about their lives, who are concerned about how to put food on the table, who are concerned about crime and migration, who are concerned about their children's future, going to schools, potentially being indoctrinated by woke topics. That's how former President Trump reaches people in their kitchen tables, in their homes, as they go to work, in their hearts, as part of their families. That's the message that works here. And by the way, there's no mystery. on what President Trump will do when he gets back into office. He'll construct that southern border wall that he's been advocating for since 2015. He'll improve the economy and lead America and the world with peace through strength. No one knows what Kamala Harris would do if she is elected president, which seems less and less likely by the moment, because Vice President Harris made very little of her plans, didn't give people specifics. People know Donald Trump. He has a record of 4 years when he was president, when America was prosperous and safe. That's what people are reacting to. They want that prosperity and strength back. And they were not able to find any indication that Kamala Harris is capable of delivering that for them and their families.
But Alex, let me ask you this then. I mean, it's still very early. Yes, there are, at this moment, Donald Trump leads, but, one or two states, swing states here and there, and the result could completely turn on its head. Let me ask you this. Donald Trump has been seen as somebody who is, for the lack of a better word, very abrasive in his approach, the way he speaks. He alienates also a large section of the people, including women, those who have been speaking about, and also people from various descents in America. Is that a worry in the Trump campaign, or does that, somehow come across as a strong point for the core Trump supporters, the core Republican supporters?
He's not alienating people so far tonight. And if you look at the numbers, for black men, the numbers for Muslims, and the youth vote, former President Trump is making strides in those areas, in addition to Latinos, depending on where you look on the map. I think that former President Trump's appeal is that he speaks like a regular guy, a guy that you could walk into a bar and have a conversation with, because he's that blue-collar billionaire that he's been since his developer days in New York City and in Atlantic City, New Jersey. He's a regular guy. He's not some sort of policy wonk sharpening his pencil inside a room in the U.S. Capitol. He's a regular person, and I think people gravitate to that because they want someone who represents them leading their country. Let's not forget former President Trump's greatest slogan that so many people gravitate towards, people who feel oppressed by the establishment and the system. What he says is, they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, but I'm the one standing in the way. People respond to that in a very visceral, positive way.
Alex, you have just said that Donald Trump is a normal, regular person, but then what about the curbs on personal freedom rights? Things like abortion, a male making decisions for a female's body. That's been one of your key issues this election. In terms of being a regular guy, how is it that Donald Trump, born with a silver spoon, is seen and perceived as a regular guy? What has actually gone into building this perception around him?
Well, first, I'll say this about abortion. President Trump was crystal clear. There will be no federal national abortion ban when he returns to the White House. That is a hard no. It's not going to happen. He's not in favor of it. That is something that takes a lot of those issues regarding abortion and puts it on the state level, where, by the way, the Supreme Court, not Donald Trump, says they belong. President Trump has an ability to connect with people. I don't know if you've seen the photos of him in front of a large table of McDonald's, him serving at McDonald's in Pennsylvania, driving a garbage truck. Those images stick with people. Yes, the guy has a penthouse suite in Trump Tower. Yes, he owns Mar-a-Lago. But still, he's able to connect with people because he understands that a lot of folks in this country, a lot of hardworking folks,
sorry, I'm interrupting you here, but there is some important information which is coming in at this moment. Donald Trump, in fact, the Republicans had taken the swing state of North Carolina, though it was expected, but one of the swing states has been called, and it has been called in favor of Donald Trump and the Republicans. So at this moment, where we stand, 230 is playing 179 out of the Electoral College votes that have been counted so far. So Donald Trump looks in the lead at this moment. There are still 6 more swing states that are possibly going to decide which way does this election go. All right, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us at this moment. We'll have to slip into a very, very short break, ladies and gentlemen. What
the question being, can Kamala Harris catch up at the moment?
Can she catch up? Now, that's the big question. Parmeshwar and I will keep coming back to you along with our team and give you the latest updates here on NDTV World. Stay tuned.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
From interesting tech startups to industry-leading companies, politics, sports, culture, curry, cricket. Oh, there's so much to talk about. Like me, if you too thrive on interesting conversations, this is a show you cannot miss. Watch this space to know more about all matters and all people that make Britain what it is today. Out of Britain, with me, Radhika Iyer.
सर सबसे ज़्यादा ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्में डिलीवर करी अमिताभ बच्चन के साथ में, और आप लोगों की जोड़ी टूटने का एक असर अमिताभ बच्चन जी पे भी जरूर पड़ा होगा.
जरूर पड़ा होगा. उनको इस बात का अफसोस हुआ होगा कि
कभी बात हुई उनकी आपकी इस सिलसिले में?
नहीं, मैं अगर होता उनकी जगह और जैसे जावेद साहब गए या मैं गया तो उनको यही राय देता है कि मत छोड़ो, अच्छा खासा तुम्हारी एक जोड़ी है, वो काम कर रही है, अच्छा खासा चल रहा है, काय के लिए इसको तोड़ते हो. तो मैं होता तो ये करता.
तो फिर आप उनकी बात सुन लेते और उसका फिर जोड़ी वापस आ जाती?
नहीं, जोड़ी वापस नहीं आती. बस ज़रूरत ही नहीं काम करने की, ये तोड़ने की, करते रहो. तो अगर मैं होता तो ये राय देता. पता नहीं उन्होंने क्या राय दी है वो.
पर आपकी बात हुई कभी उनसे इस सिलसिले में?
नहीं, बात तो होती रहती है, मुलाकात हो जाती है तो. मगर वैसे वो ज़्यादा सख्ती से बात करते भी नहीं हैं.
अपने में रहने वाले
अपने वो ज़्यादा किसी के करीब आते नहीं हैं. वो
अपने में ही रहने वाले रिजर्व आदमी. और बाकी जो इंडस्ट्री थी, जब आप लोग हटे, आप लोगों की जोड़ी हटी, तो बाकी इंडस्ट्री का क्या रिएक्शन था उस समय? उसके बाद
कुछ लोग तो खुश होते हैं कि अच्छा हुआ. कुछ लोगों को तकलीफ होती है. अलग अलग लोगों के व्यूज़ होते हैं, अलग अलग लोगों के साथ.
पर आपने उसके बाद लोगों को बदलते हुए देखा? आप अपना अलग जब काम लेके जाते थे, अकेले जब काम लेके जाते थे, तो उसकी रिसेप्शन किसी अलग तरह?
नहीं, वो तो होता डेफिनेटली था. वो
पीपल वर चेंज्ड.
आप जो नाम का जो वैल्यू जो था,
ब्रांड की जो वैल्यू थी,
अभी अगर आप कोई कहे दादाजी, तो कौन सा दादाजी? दादाजी धाकजी से बनता है। महेंद्र, कौन महेंद्र? महेंद्र एंड महेंद्र। हाँ, तो नाम के पैसे मिलते थे। अभी भी अगर वो वापस आएगा नाम के सरी में जावे, तो उसका वैल्यू होगा, डेफिनेटली होगा।
तो क्यों नहीं एक फिल्म बना लीजिए?
हाँ, तो बनाने का इरादा है। हाँ, definitely.
So we can break some news to our viewers that Salim Javed will be returning very soon.
Come back.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the non-stop and mega coverage of US elections only on NDTV. The most precise analysis, the fastest updates that you can trust and rely on. And right now it is a very razor-thin lead for Donald Trump. But what will happen? The key swing states decide. But before that, now let's take a look at the top headlines that we're tracking here at this hour. Razor-thin lead for Donald Trump as results start pouring in for the next US president. However, swing states hold key to the final results. Parliamentary panel on external affairs headed by Congress MP Shashi Tharoor will meet today. Foreign Secretary is likely to brief on India, Canada and China ties. Mysuru Lokayukta police are set to question Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah today in the Muda case. After Mahayuti, now MVA to release poll guarantees for Maharashtra. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi along with Mallikarjun Kharge will be in Maharashtra to launch the MVA poll manifesto. Delhi continues to reel under, and before that there are a third of Ranthambore missing tigers who have been identified now. Rajasthan government is swinging into action and setting up a probe committee. Delhi continues to reel under toxic air. Air quality index hits 400 at several locations in the national capital region. Popular folk singer and Padma Bhushan awardee Sharda Sinha dies at the age of 72. Prime Minister Narendra Modi expresses condolences for the voice of Chhat. And starting the bulletin with our top focus here at NDTV right now, Mysuru Lokayukta police are all set to question Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah today in the Muda case. His kin, including his wife, have already been interrogated by the investigating officers. This is, remember, the first time Mr. Siddaramaiah will be questioned in the case. He is scheduled to appear anytime soon now. The Chief Minister is confronted with several issues from Muda to Waqf ahead of the impending by-election in 3 important constituencies in rural Karnataka. And to understand more on this, my colleague Pratibha Raman, who has been tracking this story from day one, is joining me live. Pratibha, Karnataka Chief Minister, who has called the whole Muda scam a political vendetta, is set to appear before the Lokayukta. Take us to the latest political developments.
That's right, today seems to be extremely crucial, mainly because this is the first time that Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will be interrogated in the Muda scam, and he is scheduled to appear before the Karnataka Mysuru Lokayukta officials today. Remember, it is the Lokayukta that is the investigating agency, and we are right here next to the Mysuru Lokayukta office, where a lot of security that has been tightened in and around this region for the arrival of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah there. And like you already mentioned, this comes at a crucial time when there is impending by-election to 3 important constituencies in rural Karnataka, and he has been enveloped in charges and controversies like the Muda allegations, #1 to start with, and then you have the Waqf controversy. While all this battle is on, Siddaramaiah is scheduled to appear here at the Karnataka Mysuru Lokayukta office, where he will be interrogated into the Muda allegations there. Remember, his kin have already been interrogated by the Lokayukta officials, including his wife on October 25th, where she had to answer all the questions that were posed by the investigating officers there. And the Karnataka High Court as well has asked the Karnataka Lokayukta officials to submit its report by November 25th. And November 26th is when the case has been adjourned, where they've been hearing the plea with respect to transferring the case to the CBI. All eyes are on how this investigation will take shape and how this will affect the political career of Mr. Siddaramaiah. Back to you.
And Pratibha, it's not just the Lokayukta. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate has also filed a money laundering case against Siddaramaiah and others. So it's just not the Lokayukta, but several other probe agencies are tracking Mr. Siddaramaiah, who is facing heat in the Muda scam.
That's right. It's a two-pronged attack on Siddaramaiah as far as the Muda scam is concerned. One, like you mentioned, is the ED that is also investigating the money laundering aspect, because they have been claiming that there are financial transactions. The opposition as well that has been talking about how the entire scam amounts to at least around 5,000 crore rupees. And on the other hand, you have the Lokayukta that has been entrusted with investigating the entire Muda scam. Several of the officials from the Muda have already been interrogated as well as raided by both the agencies. One is the Lokayukta and the other is the ED. The ED has been raiding several residences as well as offices of those officials related to Muda, the existing ones as well as the former ones, including some of the builders as well as other beneficiaries who have been given the sites as compensation for the land that has been usurped by Muda for development of layouts. These are all ongoing investigations that are currently underway, and we'll have to wait to see how both these investigating agencies, when the investigation would be completed, what kind of details would emerge and how would that implicate or give a sigh of relief for Siddaramaiah in the Muda case.
Absolutely, and all eyes will be on the questioning that will take place shortly, anytime now. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining me at this hour. Now, the Maharashtra elections appear close, complex and chaotic. Well, 2 days before Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrives in the state to address his first 2 public meetings in the state, Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, will be there to launch the Mahavikas Aghadi's poll campaign, along with other senior Congress leaders and the alliance partners. However, UBT has unveiled 5 poll promises. Shiv Sena chief Uddhav Thackeray has said that if MVA formed government in the state again, it would ensure that prices of 5 essential food items remain, including sugar, pulses and grain, are kept under check. Uddhav's poll promises came hours after Maharashtra Chief Minister Mr. Eknath Shinde announced Mahayuti's 10 poll promises, vowed hiked support of poor, women, pensioners and farmers. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy, who is tracking the poll pulse in Maharashtra, is joining me at this hour. Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining me. Take us through the likely poll promises of the Mahavikas Aghadi that will be unveiled today.
You know, as far as Mahavikas Aghadi, or for that matter Mahayuti, is concerned, we've been seeing campaigns are picking up steam in the state of Maharashtra, and very importantly, a lot of poll guarantees, promises and SOPs and schemes being promised by both Mahayuti as well as MVA. Yes, as you mentioned, Uddhav Thackeray yesterday announced a bunch of 5 promises, including free education for girls and boys, affordable homes to residents, recruitment of women cops, and as you mentioned, stability in terms of prices of essential commodities. Besides that, Mahayuti, Eknath Shinde also in his campaign rally in Kolhapur promised 10 SOBs, which again include farm loan waiver, increased monthly support for women, more pension support for senior citizens and so on. So SOBs being promised in many of these campaign rallies, but very importantly, as you mentioned, Rahul Gandhi will be in Maharashtra today. He is going to be in Nagpur to attend a Constitution Sammelan, after which he will be in Mumbai, where he will hold a public rally along with several senior leaders. Mallikarjun Kharge will be present. Apart from that, of course, all the top Congress as well as UBT Sena and NCP Sharad Pawar leaders will be present, where there will be a comprehensive presentation of poll promises as far as MVA is concerned, which includes farm loan waiver, which already is being promised by UBT, by Uddhav Thackeray himself yesterday. And besides that, an assurance of a caste-based census and a counter to Ladli.
Good morning and welcome everybody. It's an exciting day. Or good evening if you're in the United States, because we are broadcasting to the US and indeed around the world. At this stage, as far as the US election results are concerned, it does look as if it's going to be a Republican victory. I was hedging what I was saying, and I was being cautious over the last couple of hours, saying that, look, you know, the swing states, these aren't results as yet, these are just leads. The voting, the counting percentage is actually quite low, but that's all changed now, because the percentage of votes in the swing states, there are 7 swing states, is fairly robust. And on the basis of the leads that we are seeing of the Republicans in these swing states, it does appear that Donald Trump is fairly comfortably ahead at this stage. For Kamala Harris and the Democrats to win from here on would need a switch of some of the Republican bastions. Now, nobody's really talking about that. But first, before that, Parmeshwar, you've got the headlines for us.
Let's take you to the top stories we're tracking. Early trends indicate that Trump leads with 214 electoral votes. Meanwhile, CNN projects that Harris has won California. As the Trump victory becomes more likely by each passing moment, Elon Musk posts game, set and match on his X social media account.
So, Parmeshwar, Elon Musk on Twitter, now called X, said game, set and match. So that's a pretty powerful course. But
you know what he has in common with Donald Trump, though?
What?
Both of them love attention.
Yeah, well, they may be both right on this occasion. That's where it's all headed. So why don't we bring up that big screen graphic of the swing states, since we are talking about it. Remember, in a winner-takes-all system, which is what the US elections are all about, if the Democrats hold on to their bastion, which they are doing, if the Republicans hold on to their bastion, which they are doing, then it is these 7 swing states which are so important. So we've got these up on the screen right now. The states which are in yellow are the swing states where the results are still not out. North Carolina, there is a result in one of these swing states, and that has gone to the Republicans. So that's bad news for Kamala Harris. Now, let's just look at the numbers on the right-hand side of your screen. Arizona, 49.5% of the votes have gone to the Democrats, 49.6%. So neck and neck to the Republicans. Georgia has gone at this juncture more than 50% to the Republicans. Michigan, the Democrats are doing quite well over here. Nevada, nothing so far. Let's bring the next page out and take a look at what's taking place. That'll be up in just a moment.
But Michigan also, we must inform our viewers
North
that
Carolina has
only
gone to the
45% of votes
Republicans.
been counted.
Pennsylvania likely going to the Republicans. Wisconsin likely going to the Republicans. Now, why are we saying going, or it's still early days? Because I've got the data on the percentage of votes in. So just in the case of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, Wisconsin, there are 66% of the votes in. Pennsylvania, 66%. North Carolina, 89%. So North Carolina, on the basis of this, has gone to the Republicans, which is why it's red on our screen. Let's go back to the previous page for a moment, just so that I can make the point that, you know, what we are seeing is significant, because in the case of Nevada, it's not started as yet in terms of counting numbers. It's disastrous for the Republicans in Michigan, and in Michigan, 45% of the votes have come in so far. Georgia, 91%. So with 91%, it's clearly going towards, it's not been declared yet, to the Republicans. And Arizona with 49.5% to Democrats, 49.6% to Republicans, 51% of votes having been counted. It is absolutely neck and neck over there. So that's what's going to, so in all of the other states, I mean, it's on expected lines, right?
Yes, so far, except Iowa.
All right, well, let's just go straight across to NDTV's Natasha Istrani joins us from Philadelphia. But Natasha, let me come across to you first. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, all absolutely fascinating. Give us an idea of what's taking place in the state that you're covering.
Yes, this is such a huge prize in the swing states, and we were earlier seeing a lead for Kamala Harris, and now that's changing towards the Trump side, which has made this particular room where I am at very, very happy. There's been a lot of cheering as the map behind them becomes increasingly more red, and the Republicans here feeling very confident at the moment. And we are joined now by Matt Lamagese, who we also spoke with yesterday. He's the chairman of the Young Republicans of Philadelphia. Tell us, Matt, how are you feeling as you look at these numbers?
We're ecstatic. We couldn't be happier. Pennsylvania is looking great. It hasn't been called yet, but the numbers are looking very good. We think that the Democrats here in Philadelphia overstated the vote. That never materialized. Trump is ahead. Dave McCormick, our Senate candidate, is ahead. We've got a string of victories imminent in the Northeast Philadelphia area at the state level. We couldn't be happier.
Now, what do you think? Pennsylvania, last time went to Joe Biden. Even though it went by a small percentage, it did go to Joe Biden. So what is changing? And we know it's not yet called, but what is changing to see the margins become so close and with Trump now leading?
Well, it's a very different place than 4 years ago. Look, 4 years ago, it was a single issue. It was a referendum on the handling of the COVID-19 crisis. Right now, we're weaker abroad. We've got illegal immigrants pouring across our southern borders. We've got rampant inflation due to the inherently inflationary policies of the Biden-Harris administration. People, as I mentioned yesterday, right, young people, but all people really, they're paying an extra 20% tax effectively as a result of inflation. So the fact that, everything fell apart, during their administration, it's a reaction to that, right?
On the whole, though, yes, there's been inflation, but when it came to unemployment numbers, there was a lot of progress under the Biden administration, but because unemployment is certainly down, and it's certainly down than what it was soon after the pandemic.
Well, look, I mean, if you're going to compare pandemic, where they shut down the economy and they, furloughed people across the nation, of course, but that doesn't mean people are happy. Look, in World War II, remember, they say World War II got us out of the Great Depression. Well, that was true in terms of economic data, but that didn't mean people were happy on the ground in their day-to-day lives. And it's a situation like that where, okay, coming off of this huge event, a man-made event, by the way, coming off of that.
We don't know that for sure.
Well, we do know that they shut down the economy. Absolutely, that was man-made. So, they shut down the economy. They furloughed all these people. Well, yeah, as you come back online, you have that. But they made a lot of bad decisions since then. And this is a referendum on that.
A lot is said about immigration time and time again, but at the same time, a lot of what is said is also very ugly rhetoric, because this country ultimately is formed of immigrants, the Irish, the Italians. It's basically a country of immigrants. To say that one kind of immigrant is bigger or greater or nicer than the other kind of immigrant is a problem for a huge population here in the United States. How do you respond to it?
Well, look, it's very easy, actually, right? There is one type of immigrant that's good, legal immigrants. Nobody's saying that legal immigrants shouldn't come. What we're saying is you need to respect the laws of this country. and you need to come into this country by, through the process. You need to come in, you need to follow the process, and then, get a visa, get a green card, whatever you have to do, follow that process and do it legally.
Understood. That when Donald Trump talks about deporting millions of people, that's likely to cost billions of dollars, according to some organizations. How is that even possible or likely? How will he carry it out?
Well, I mean, look, logistically, I don't know how that's going to work. There's smarter minds than me that will be assessing that and developing a plan to handle it properly. What I will say is, I'm sure the president has a plan as to how he wants to do it, but look, this is creating a major burden on the system here. The people who are here, who are not paying into it, and who are, you look at the billions of dollars, up in New York, you see Eric Adams spoke out about this, the cost that New York suffered, as a result of housing all of these people. And they're not alone in that. So there's a cost for keeping them, there's a cost for attempting to deport them.
Right, Matt, they're talking about all the various issues at play here and also explaining some perspective on why you are seeing that map turn red and the issues that reach out to a lot of voters who feel left out. We spoke earlier to a young American man who said that he felt like he was a minority because nobody was catering to his needs and the fact that he can't afford housing or his grocery bills. So at the moment, at the Donald Trump party, a lot of happiness because they're feeling that they do have a path to victory, though it's too early in the night to confirm that for Pennsylvania or for the country.
Right, Natasha, 66% votes have been counted in Pennsylvania. And as you know, Pennsylvania has 19 electors. But also joining us at the moment, Gauri Dwivedi from Howard University. Gauri, North Carolina has gone to Donald Trump. As we have been able to see, North Carolina has 16 electors. Meanwhile, Virginia has been given to Kamala Harris now with 13 electors.
Yes, indeed, Parmeshwar. The fact is that North Carolina was a very important state that has gone to Donald Trump, and that in fact does make Kamala Harris's road to 270 tough, given the fact that Trump is also leading in several other swing states, including Pennsylvania. The last 45 minutes, as some of this changed, I did speak to a bunch of people who are now coming out of that watch party. There's still a lot of band and all that playing, but there's a steady stream of people who are now walking out of that election party, indicative of the fact that things are not looking, well, one can't say not good, but definitely they are not looking promising right now, given that Donald Trump is leading in critical swing states and has won two important ones, North Carolina being one, and Iowa also, against what many believe was a prediction that he may not be able to get Iowa as well. So in the backdrop of that, all I can say is, as of now, things look difficult right now for Kamala Harris. Another thing, I spoke to several people here. They said that the mood coming in from some of the core people in Kamala Harris's team is that it's about 4 hours away right now before you can actually get a clear verdict right now. It's 11:30 here. So they were expecting, it's actually closer to 12 here, they're expecting that about 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning is when the verdict will come out.
Also, Gauri, as we speak, Kamala Harris has now crossed the 200 mark.
Yes, indeed. So that is also on the back of some of those big states that were expected to go in her kitty. Her home state, 54. The moment that came in, of course, it changed her kitty completely. It was expected. It was expected that she's going to win her home state very easily. She has done so. But it all boils down to those 3-4 critical states, especially after losing North Carolina and Iowa. It comes down to Georgia. It comes down to Pennsylvania and a couple of other states, which is, as many believe, is likely to be decided in the next 3 to 4 hours.
Right, let's go straight across to Alex Tarasio, who joins us at this stage. Alex, what is interesting is that Kamala Harris has crossed 200. She's at 205 right now. The Republicans at 230. But the chance of the Republicans winning at this stage seems to be rising really, really quickly with the swing state results and leads coming in, with a robust number of votes in, it appears that in at least 3 or 4 states, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Georgia, right, and it's neck and neck in Arizona, the Republicans by and large seem to be ahead. Would that be your sense as well?
I'd go a little bit farther. I think that every indication of where this election is going to go is going in Republicans' favor right now. I've been looking for trends that are going the other way. I've texted and talked to Democratic friends and Democratic pollsters, asking them for what the good news is for Kamala Harris, and I'm just not seeing it. There are Republican counties all across the country that are overperforming. Rural counties, Miami-Dade County in Florida, places where Republicans were not expected to do as well. They are exceeding their 2020 numbers, which was the highest turnout election in history. And across the board, Kamala Harris is underperforming where Joe Biden was in counties that she needs to win by between 2 points and 4 points. And that's what I'm seeing in Pennsylvania. I'm seeing that in Wisconsin. Michigan's a little bit less clear cut. Arizona, I'm not seeing enough of the vote in. I expect that to tighten up very significantly and to ultimately go to the Republicans by potentially rather a lot. But there's a lot of ifs for Kamala Harris, but there's a lot of action going on right now.
Interesting to note though, Vishnu, Michigan, it seemed that voters in Michigan were actually unhappy with both sides of it.
Yeah.
What Trump had to offer in terms of the Gaza, Palestine outlook and Ukraine. And they were also quite dissatisfied with Kamala Harris and her team's approach. But interesting to see that the Democrats have a clear edge as far as Michigan is concerned.
It would be difficult for the Republicans to sort of come back in Michigan. They're at 35.5 are the Republicans to 61.7 for the Democrats with 45% of the votes in. It's a huge state, so Kamala Harris clearly needs that. But everywhere else, she seems to be in trouble. I mean, if you take a look at the swing, it's a swing away versus the 2020 result. Harris at 47.6% is down 3.7. Trump above 50% at this stage. Remember, these are leads, mostly a couple of results here and there, but still some time away. The swing is in favor by a margin of more than 4% to Trump, and so he is favored at this stage quite clearly to win the election. All right, we've got Jennifer joining us as well from Florida. Thanks very much for being with us. Give us a sense of the excitement around you. Trump has done very well in this state. Many thought that the Democrats would put in more of a competition. That didn't turn out to be the case. But it now also seems from the nationwide picture that this could be an election that goes Trump's way. So are people celebrating for Florida, or are they also looking at what's happening around them in other states?
Well, really the key here is that people have started gathering here around the convention center behind me. Now that is where Trump's watch party, official watch party is. President Trump, the former president, is at Mar-a-Lago, his residence about 2.5 miles from here. The fact that people have gathered here means they expect that he is going to make an appearance here at some point. His advisors had said that he wanted to watch returns in a smaller, closer group. We know that J.D. Vance is there, Elon Musk, the SpaceX and ex-entrepreneur is also there at Mar-a-Lago. But people have come here. They've come over here. They're lining the streets here. You can see the flashing lights. Police are everywhere. There is an anticipation that Donald Trump is going to come here at some point. The big question is when, and I think that's what we're all waiting for. When he feels like the victory is imminent or decisive, then we think he will make an appearance here at the Palm Beach Convention Center. Inside are hundreds of journalists from all over the world. The place is ringed with police. There are special fences up, security very, very tight here in West Palm Beach, and everybody awaiting Donald Trump's arrival.
Just in terms of where you're reporting from Florida with 30 electors and nearly 100% of votes in, the Republicans at 56%. So that's a resounding win, 56.1% for Donald Trump. I'm just curious to know, when does Trump call it his election? I mean, is he going to wait for results, which of course get declared much, much later in the United States system? At what stage does Trump come out and say that, look, I won?
Well, it's really all about the Electoral College. Once he feels like he has a clear path to 270, once he reaches 270, that is when he has actually won. So a decisive victory here in Florida, and it was a decisive victory. He won by 3.4 points in the last election. He won by 13 points in this election. Now, it was expected that he would widen his lead, but as your last guest said, Miami-Dade was a crucial indicator that he is doing well in places where the Democrats had hoped Kamala Harris would do well. Miami-Dade, a large Latino population. He is the first Republican to win that area since 1988, and it seems to be a harbinger for what's happening around the country. But basically, until he sees a path to 270, I don't think he'll make an appearance here.
I wanted to quickly go back to Alex for a moment. Alex, the same question which I was asking Jennifer. At what stage or when exactly do you expect Trump to come out and say that, look, the path is clear to me, I'm going to win these elections? And we don't have him just yet, but what we can do is actually go back to that graphic of the swing states and just bring our viewers, a summary of the situation that we have right now. Let's have that up full screen on full screen. And the Democrats, and this is the only little bit of good news, Parmeshwar, is that they've crossed the 200 mark. It doesn't mean very much. The Republicans' chances of winning are at 62%. The Democrats are just 37%. These are the swing states which are going to make or break the Republicans and Democrats. North Carolina has been called. That's gone to the Republicans. And everywhere else, it's not looking very good for Kamala Harris. If you look at Arizona, it is neck and neck at this stage. Georgia, it seems to have gone to Trump. Michigan, it's going to go Kamala Harris's way quite clearly. Nevada is not in as yet. And then let's go to the next page where we've got North Carolina,
Pennsylvania,
which has again gone to the Republicans. Pennsylvania, it's gone to the Republicans most likely. Wisconsin has gone to the Republicans as well. So if you're looking at 5 states, right?
5 out of the 7.
5 of the 7, or at the bare minimum 4 out of the 7, but likely 5 at least to the Republicans, then it's a done deal. The elections are over, and that's what. And this is the big worry then for the Democrats. What does Kamala Harris have to do, or hope to have achieved from here onwards? With these numbers, it'll be very difficult to overtake the Republicans.
Indeed. In fact, let's take that to our studio guests as well who join us. Ambassador Manjeev Puri, former diplomat, is with us on the broadcast. Also with us, Suresh Goyal, former Indian envoy. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for making time for us. Ambassador Puri, to you first. It seems, as per the numbers that are on the screen at the moment, it's Donald Trump's election. We're not calling it yet, but with the early projections, it seems that the numbers are favoring Trump. Everyone has warned, political analysts, geopolitical watchers have warned that this time, if Trump comes back for term 2.0, he'll come back with less guardrails, perhaps none. What does this mean for us in India?
Parmeshwar, thank you very much. And wearing red, let me endorse what you just said, that it looks his way at the moment. Secondly, migrants has been a big issue here. Let me say something light-hearted to start this bit. Whichever one wins, either the White House or the Blair House has an Indian in it. Feel a little good about it, I say. Migrants matter, they're useful. Talking about guardrails, yes, this is generally the impression of everyone that President Trump, if he comes back, and incidentally, this will be only the second time that such a thing would have happened. I think it's Grover Cleveland, somewhere in the late 1800s when it happened last time, that somebody lost out and then came back. Look, there is this issue of feeling kind of hurt, insulted, left out, what he claims the election that was stolen from him. And so therefore, going after elements of the Democratic Party, all of those things would be there. I think somewhere he mentioned that one of his first acts within the first 20 seconds will be to fire the special prosecutor. So yes, all that will happen. But other than that, when I look at things otherwise, I look at the Donald Trump possibilities as being more a continuation of what happened in the past. There will be transactional stuff. As far as we are concerned, perhaps in India, general feeling is that we may have a little bit more policy space in the matter, be less sort of looking into what's happening inside here. There might be greater support in terms of the issues that we have vis-a-vis China. Maybe on the issues of the environment, fossil fuels, etc., we may have greater space for development where we are facing these problems. So look, India as a country has positioned itself relatively well. We've done well. We have become the fifth largest economy, where we would be a country of interest to everyone. Having said all of this particular thing, I would say that the greatest number of challenges for people outside the United States of America for a Trump presidency would be in Europe. And he has mentioned this last time too, and I'm sure that would continue to be the issue again this particular time. For us, perhaps a little bit more of policy space, but at the end of the day, you know, we are a country that matters, a country that would be of interest to the United States. And for a president where economy is the focus, make more money, etc., there, of course, that doesn't mean it'll all be hunky-dory. Trade, migration, all of those are issues we'll have to contend with.
And you stick by this, knowing that Trump is known to have an isolationist foreign policy approach.
Yes, I completely agree with you. You know, the Democrats over the years have moved towards this hegemonic America, spread the word. That's the kind of thing that they say. Perhaps the world has changed a little bit. And why has it changed fundamentally? We in India like the idea of the rise of the Indo-Pacific. Fundamentally, that means the rise of China, a major challenge. Think about it. The Western world ran the world for a long time with no competition. And now you have a country which is likely to become the largest economy in the world within the next 20, 30 years. So these are challenges. They are challenges which are reflected in the United States. The kind of vote that you've seen Trump gathering right from 2016, what is it? It's, in a sense, I wouldn't say denial of globalization, but certainly the impacts of globalization. We sitting in India are happy with globalization. We've done well. The Chinese are happy. Most people in the developing world are happy. But the old developed world countries, those who benefited by just simply being there, doing their bit, producing the air conditioners and the cars, they want to know what's happened. Okay. Why the challenge? Why the air conditioners are coming from China? Why are the cars coming from somewhere else? What is happening? Why not us? So there is a reaction. And I think you are seeing that over the last so many years.
All right, let's go across to Alistair, who's been tracking the elections very closely indeed. Alistair, thanks very much for being with us. Give us a sense of what's happening around you. Are people willing to accept right now that it's going to be Trump all the way? It just
nice
seems
to see
that
him
way.
smiling, though, considering the numbers, the dismal numbers so far.
I'm smiling because I'm out here in the cold and we can really feel the chill. And joining me is Kamala Harris supporter, Ajay. Ajay, we've gotten word, as you know, about North Carolina, the Associated Press calling it for Donald Trump. How do you feel?
I'm a little disappointed. I mean, I think we had a good chance, but my margins are close, and you know, the window appears to be closing on the electoral vote side. But hopefully, we can still pull it through. You know.
Okay, so. Yeah, it's not done. You're saying it's not done. We're still waiting, but it's kind of leaning towards Trump. So we were at a watch party just now, which has kind of wound up. But the watch party for Donald Trump, when this news came in, they were absolutely ecstatic about North Carolina. They were cheering. But here, of course, it doesn't seem to be the case. What do you think went against Kamala Harris?
I think the issue about the economy seems to be more than I expected. You know, I mean, he seems to have used that to his advantage, you know, in associating her with Biden, you know.
All right, so you blame Biden for this. So, not sure, I can't hear the studio right now, but I'm going to hand it back to you.
Parmeshwar?
Well, thanks so much for that update, Alistair. We will, of course, revert to Alistair for regular updates. We also have with us at the moment Andrew Latham joining us, Professor of Political Science, International Relations, Regional Conflict and Security, as well as Foreign Policy. Andrew, along expected lines, or would you say that the polls got it slightly wrong? I mean, world over, it's not the best time for incumbent governments, it seems.
I'm not sure the polls got it entirely wrong. It was always going to be tilted in favor of Trump, whether you like it or not. Kamala Harris, I have to say, is an empty pantsuit, and she was never going to sway people. You know, there's the usual things. Minnesota's going the way it does because I live here, and it's going the way it always does. And Texas is going the way it always has. She really wasn't positioned to transform the electoral landscape in the United States. She simply wasn't.
Puneet, let me take that across to you. You'd be very happy with what you're seeing right now. It just seems increasingly unlikely, if not impossible, for Kamala Harris to win from here on. I'm not sure this is going to be a landslide win, but it's not likely at this juncture going to be a narrow win for Trump. It's going to be a fairly significant one.
Yeah, not quite. If you're asking me, not quite.
No, I'm asking Puneet. Go ahead, Puneet.
Not quite a landslide.
Just 1 second, sir. I'm asking the other panelist. Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
As he said, she's an empty suit which was put up or anointed rather than being elected, as President Trump was within the Republican leadership to lead, and especially in the time in the failed presidency of Biden and inherited and the continuation by Kamala Harris with no message, no clarity of what she was going to do, but she was all the time beating up on President Trump with no clear message. And with the economy, inflation, immigration crisis, wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine, and what has happened in Afghanistan, it was a complete failure. And that's the reason what you're seeing today, it shouldn't be a surprise to the folks. We expected a win from President Trump because he stayed on message. And if you started seeing in the last few days of the campaign, he was cruising. Look at the McDonald's, serving fries at McDonald's, or making fries at McDonald's at the same time driving the dump truck. You know, he had it, and visiting the victims of the hurricane, he showed the empathy and the tenaciousness of campaigning. And she only was seen and perceived as an elitist by having Oprah Winfrey and all the rich folks raising money for her with no substance to really give it to the American people. And that's the reason why you see a shift in the Black Americans, the Hispanic Americans, as we've seen in Dade County in Florida, and in the Asian American population.
Okay. Puneet, just bear with me. I've got Ambassador Suresh Goyal with us in the studio. I mean, I'm going to go one step ahead and say that Trump's winning these elections, or if not, that being the case, what does Trump bring to India in terms of foreign policy? Does it really make a difference for us who's in power in the US?
Vishnu, first of all, I don't really think that I can give it away like this, that Trump is winning. I mean, I look at the numbers. It is around 209. Kamala Harris is going ahead. I mean, I know it's an outlier, but it can happen. And I'm keeping my hope. And I'm keeping my hopes up.
All right.
Okay. But coming to the question that you put, if you look at the balance sheet of what Trump and Kamala Harris would mean really, Trump first. Trump is very transactional. Trump's interest really with India is mostly, it's not security or strategy related. He looks at India basically in terms of trade, economic, largest market, how much can USA sell to India, what does India have to offer in return, etc. Please remember last time also when he was the president, he questioned India's trade policies so often. And this time also he has already declared that he would impose double the traffic on Indian goods, etc., etc. That is number one. Number two, China, which is really the dragon in the China shop, particularly next door to us in Indo-Pacific and across our borders. Now, Trump's interest in China is purely trade related. Most of the US companies, they're leaving China, if they want to leave China, they're trying to leave China, but they're not able to leave China basically because of the investment they have done already, the amount of investment. And many of them have already said that they are finding it difficult to leave. iPhone, for example, is finding it difficult to leave, even though they have come to India and they have done some kind of production.
Right.
Now, if that is the case, and suddenly it so happens that China and the USA again begin to look at partners, trade partners, in a more positive way? How does it impact on India? Where does Indo-Pacific go? Because our policies vis-a-vis China have really been pivoted to Indo-Pacific.
Ambassador, just give me half a second. I wanted to go across to Parul Khemka, the New Jersey State Director for South Asians for Harris. Parul, it's not looking good for you now, is it? Do you accept that it's going to be Trump most likely as the president, or do you actually feel that it's still too early to call these elections?
It is too early to call this election right now. We don't even have so many of the urban centers where the long lines existed, where all of those Democratic hubs are. They have not finished counting their votes. So I think we're all jumping the gun. I just want to respond to something that my colleagues here on my sides have said about that Kamala Harris has no plan. I don't know where you're reading this up, but I think the only person who has communicated any kind of policy plans has been Kamala Harris. And I totally agree with Mr. Goyal here, who does say that he has already gone ahead and talked about doubling tariffs for India. He has already gone ahead and said that he's going to be very firm with them. He has, in the past, he has told us and said that there will be repercussions if we don't supply the hydrochloroquine when it was COVID times. So I think it's very important that, as South Asians, as we know that we are also here, we're struggling with somebody who has a very strong, vehement opinion and is looking to be just for the nationalist Christians that have interest in the country. So I'm very, I really want to tell you, hold your horses. If there's any Democrat, the one thing that is that you have to stay awake way past midnight to really see what's coming down and trickling down.
But Parul, I understand your sense that look, wait, hoping against hope. But let's just look at the percentage of votes in the swing states. Wisconsin 76%, Pennsylvania 66%, North Carolina 92%, Georgia 93%, Arizona 50%. So for Kamala Harris to actually make a comeback in a couple of these states, Wisconsin, for example, where there are 76% of votes in, she'd have to win almost everything of the remaining votes. And that's the case in so many of the other swing states. That seems unlikely.
Here's the thing. One thing that we've seen definitely is there's a big turnout in the rural areas. And that's the area where it's the easiest to count the votes because they're coming in quicker. There are fewer people there. Let's wait and watch. This game is not over until it's over. This game is probably not going to be over until later in the morning.
Okay, so some breaking news coming in. Sorry to interrupt. The Republicans, it appears, have taken the Senate. That's some information that we're getting in right now. That's a huge development right now. Puneet, you want to come in over there? A quick comment from you on that?
Yes, we took over West Virginia, and I think we won Nevada. No, I think it was Nebraska. And I think Montana is still in play, and maybe Nevada too. So I think we are doing exceptionally well, and that's the reason our friend says that we don't have a plan. We do have a plan, and we'll hold the House. We'll have taken the control of the Senate, and we will have the White House. So it's a clear win for the Republican Party, but more importantly, it's a clear win for the Americans who believe in individual liberty.
Andrew Latham, could you tell us about the significance? Sorry, Parmeshwar, I know you wanted to jump in.
No problem.
Of the Senate being won by the Republicans.
So no matter who wins the presidency, this is a country in which there are these checks and balances. And it looks to me like the Republicans are going to take the House and they're going to take the Senate. And from what I can tell right now, although we have to wait till tomorrow, it looks like they're going to take the presidency as well. I'm not that concerned because I think there are guardrails built into this system. I think there are checks and balances, and I don't think what we saw when Donald Trump was president the last time, he couldn't get away with whatever he wanted to do. There are guardrails, there are checks, there are balances, and whether it doesn't matter who is in the driver's seat, they can't do anything that they want to do just because they want to do it. And this is something I love about the American political system. This is different from the parliamentary system in India, in Canada, in the UK. This is different. There are real guardrails in place to prevent lunatics, if I can put it that way, from doing whatever they want to do.
All right, Puneet has a frown on his face. He has the right to respond to that. Go ahead, Puneet.
That the founding fathers were very clear to have the balance of power not in one person's hand, because we have seen lunatics take over and take a democracy into an autocracy, as we have seen other nations. So that's the reason why we have the legislative arm, we have the judicial arm, and we have a very strong leaders in our nation who really love this country and love the individual liberty. And as I said, it's the victory for individual liberty, and we all believe that we have a God-given freedom and rights. So I echo what Andrew was saying.
It's their country. They have a right to look at it. But we saw when there were these kinds of guardrails, Roe v. Wade, and you've seen all those particular results.
And the 3 Supreme Court judges appointed by Donald Trump himself.
Absolutely, Parmeshwar. Look, the thing is, no one says that you can do what you want. That's not the idea. But the question of guardrails is, we are making these judgments in terms of America being the global leader, liberal policies, so many other aspects of those things. Those did take a bit of a backseat. As far as we are concerned in India, perhaps we like the idea of a little bit more policy space to be able to do your own things yourself, to take advantage of the fact that you are a huge and majorly growing economy. So everybody looks at it different. I fully appreciate the perspectives of the colleagues who are sitting there. Each of them come from their own side. But one of the things is, it would appear that there has been a kind of education divide in terms of what you see. Secondly, in terms of the monies, I'm not talking about the very rich guys with huge capexes from California and what they did, but otherwise the guys who are in business, etc., their understanding and their approach versus professional. So it would seem to me, who has never held a green card, who's only lived in the United States as a diplomat and is an Indian in every sense of the word, stands for India. But I respect their perspectives.
But Parul, many of Kamala Harris's critics have actually pointed out that she has been salient on issues of economy and inflation. Would you attribute Donald Trump's performance so far, in terms of the numbers that we're seeing, to the fact that Kamala Harris hasn't been crystally clear in terms of disclosing her plan, her agenda?
I just have to say something to this. I feel like she has said a lot about her economic plan. I'm not clear about what you're talking about.
Has she been crystally clear, and has she convinced her voters?
Well, whether you're talking about, you just said she's not crystal clear about her plan. She has been absolutely crystal clear. She's the one who said she has a plan, not a concept of a plan. And when Donald Trump went out and said, yes, I want to get rid of Obamacare and I want to replace it with something much better. And when he was asked, what's your plan? He said, I have a concept of a plan. Even in terms of economy, she has clearly been stating what her plan is. Those plans have been communicated plenty of times.
All right. I just give me half a second, Andrew Latham. If you look at the larger picture right now, the Senate is gone to the Republicans. The Congress would likely be retained by the Democrats. The White House is headed towards the Republicans, who already have a big say in terms of control of the Supreme Court. Which way is America headed?
Well, it's headed in a very Republican, Trumpian direction. And I'm not sure that that's a bad thing. Again, I come back to guardrails. These Trump, J.D. Vance and Trump, and they can't do whatever they want. At the end of the day, there are these guardrails in place that this is a very resilient...
Andrew, we are talking about guardrails even before he's won the election. I mean, I sense, I hear your sense of foreboding. I hear your sense of worry loud and clear that, oh my God, let's just hope things aren't as bad as they can be.
Well, no, that's not where I was going. I was going to make a point about resilience. The American political system is very resilient. This is not Italy in 1920 with Mussolini coming to power, and it's not Nazi Germany in 1933. This is a very resilient democracy, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the day whether Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or Andrew Latham is elected. It really doesn't matter because there's only so much that you can do. You can push things in this direction, you can push things in that direction, but you can't. The nonsense talk about fascism, I've taught courses on fascism for 30 years. The nonsense talk about that F word that has permeated the American political discourse for the last little bit is, I'm just going to say silly. I could say stupid, but it's just nonsensical.
All right.
This is not Italy in 1925.
Okay. I get the point that you're making, that there are enough checks and balances. Ambassador Goel, before we go to a break, again, what would this mean for India with Trump likely headed to the White House? We do know that there is a good equation with Trump and Prime Minister Modi. We both have concerns over China. There is a deep technology investment from India and America in India as well. Do you see this relationship just going up and up?
You know, Vishnu, I mean, we are here at the moment talking about the US elections because even though it's an election in the USA,
it's an election around the world,
it really should matter to the Americans as to who they elect. But we are all sitting here like the other places around the world, wondering as to who is going to come there, because American president is the one who impacts not just on America or one country, he impacts on the entire globe. And not therefore, when you talk about India versus the USA, the relationship, I've already spoken about the bilateral part of it really. I don't think that we can be very comfortable with the transactional president, and I'm being very, very moved here in that sense, that we will have to watch what his mood is like. He's very, very volatile. He could be very unpredictable from time to time. Right. But the point really here is that our future, or what our policy space, as Manjeev said so often, will depend not only what USA and India are, but what happens in Europe, what happens in Middle East. Now, if Trump's policies are going to impact on the Middle East the way I look at it, I think there is a lot of risk factor there.
Okay, let me interrupt you there. I do need to take a short break at this stage, come back to the very latest. It is headed towards the Republican camp. Donald Trump does seem to be headed back to the White House. We aren't calling it just yet, but for the Democrats to actually win from here on, that seems difficult. Live images from a Harris campaign rally to the left of your screen, a Trump campaign rally to the right. We expect both leaders to be there soon. Will Harris at some stage concede defeat? We don't know. I think she'd still be waiting. But now with substantial percentage of votes in the swing states, it looks very difficult for the Democrats. We'll be back in a moment.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
Seat to democracy in action.
Good morning and welcome. If you're here in India or in Asia, in the United States, good evening. We are broadcasting all over the world. And we can tell you it's a fantastic election draw in the United States. It does appear that Donald Trump is increasingly likely to become President of the United States. Still a couple of riders which do need to be issued. It's not over until it's well and truly over. But the reason why we do say that Trump seems to be decisively ahead at this stage is because in the swing states, in at least 4 swing states, which will be the make or break states in the United States, the Republicans appear to be ahead. So we'll talk about those swing states in a little while from now. I'm also joined by my colleague Gauri Dwivedi. Gauri, thanks very much for being with us. I think the question that really does need to be asked is, for the Democrats to win from here onwards, what would they need to pull off?
They would need to pull off very sizable victories. But the important bit, Vishnu, is as you pointed out, it's a fascinating election because the moment you slice and dice the data, Kamala Harris has not been able to hold on to Joe Biden's victories in 2020. She's trailing Joe Biden in almost all of the states, which is why the numbers as they are looking right now, one can go back and forth given how the leads are. But some of the data seems to suggest that she's a 2-1-6 because she's not been able to hold on to Joe Biden's gains. You take Georgia, which he won by a very slim margin. You take North Carolina, which of course has gone to Trump as well. Now, all those victories were for Joe Biden, which of course Kamala Harris was not able to retain. Pennsylvania is still up for grabs. Let's see whether Pennsylvania can really change Kamala Harris's fortunes right now, given the fact that Donald Trump is in fact leading in several of those counties. Some counties there's been a delay. There's some paper there. In fact, hand counting is going on, so it may delay the process. But what it looks like is that as of now, it's a really uphill task. And that's the reason why, Vishnu, let me show you right behind me is Kamala Harris's
Let's go full frame across
at Howard. And you can see almost a very empty corridor right behind me. Most folks have actually walked out. What they wanted was a victory speech right now. Looks unlikely at this stage.
I'm just going to go through a couple of the numbers as well. Gauri, be with me. Now, in terms of the overall national situation in the United States, let's have that full screen graphic up if we can. So far, we are looking at 440 or 538 seats in terms of leads and results. In that, the Democrats have won 210, the Republicans have won 230, as you see on your screen. At this rate, the Republicans have a chance of winning of 60%. That's very considerable. The Democrats at 39%. Now, again, just going through this data a little bit more closely, and if we can just have the other map up, the full screen map of the traditional states which go to the Democrats, the swing states, and those states which go to the Republicans. Let's have the other map up. Then what the key point is, okay, so this is swing states. I'm just going to walk across to the swing states to give you an idea of what exactly it is that we are talking about over here. And the point is this. All of these are swing states. Now, this is absolutely critical because there are bastions in the United States which are Republican and which are Democrat. We'll try and have that map up in a little while from now as well. But these are the swing states that we see, states which could actually go either way. In that, North Carolina is already out as a result, and that's gone, as you can see, in red, so that's gone to the Republicans. Now, these numbers that you see over here are important because the numbers actually show the vote percentage in each of these states. So in the case of North Carolina that you see over here, given the percentage of votes which have been counted so far, the Republicans have won in North Carolina. Pennsylvania, that is so very important. 50.7% of of the votes so far have gone to the Republicans, 48.3%. But there is still hope that places like Philadelphia, urban areas where there's a little bit more of the counting still to happen, Kamala Harris might catch up. But Pennsylvania, in a sense, a bellwether. And if the Democrats aren't doing well over here, it's going to be very difficult for them going forward. Let's take a look at the chances of winning graphic at this stage. The bigger picture, and it's Donald Trump at 60%, it's Kamala Harris at 39%. And if we can just have the overall map also, which shows the Republican strongholds, the Democrat strongholds, and the swing states, I'll just explain to our viewers what exactly it is that we are talking about. Not this, talking about the other large map showing all the strongholds. We'll change that, come to that in a while. But these are the states in blue where the Democrats have done well. Most of these are bastions of the Democrats in blue. They were expected to win over here. In fact, it's because the Republicans and in the areas marked red are expected to do well, and in blue that the Democrats are expected to do well, that it's just the swing states that make the big difference. Let's go back to Gauri Dwivedi at this stage. Gauri, give us again a sense of what would happen next. When would we be potentially at a stage when Trump comes and says that, look, I've won the election, or when would we be at a stage when Kamala actually concedes, or is there a sense that, look, wait, there's still a long way to go?
Well, it's difficult to say whether there's still a long way to go, but what one can put out from an electoral math point of view, Vishnu, is that if Kamala were to win, let's say Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and hold on to some of the other gains, then there is a possibility that some of this gap can be reduced. Having said that, the other important bit about Pennsylvania, I want to say, I was just going through some of the data. Parts of Pennsylvania, particularly Philadelphia, is very deeply, it has a huge representation of the African American community, 43%. But the data in Georgia is an eye-opener for the Harris campaign. 6% of the black male population in Georgia voted for Donald Trump. And if that is an indicator, then that tells you that even in a bellwether city like Philadelphia, which is so heavily there's a huge concentration of black American votes, and Pennsylvania being a bellwether state, it may not be so easy for the Harris campaign to translate traditional Democrat strongholds into electoral college votes because of how Georgian black American male voters have voted. That's an indication of why this election has been so tough to call out. But at this stage, we probably need to wait for about 2 hours more, then we can finally call and decide who and know who will be the next president of the United States.
Now that's important. Now this is the map which I was referring to, and let's just take a look at this. Now, it's a winner-take-all system in the US elections, which is why you've got a number underneath each state. The blue states are traditional bastions of the Democrats. The red states are traditional bastions of the Republicans. The states which are marked in yellow are swing states. We've been focusing extensively on that. Now, in a winner-takes-all system, if I just come up over here and try and explain to our viewers what it is that we are talking about, if you take a look at the state of California, you've got, and this has gone to Kamala Harris, incidentally, as expected, there are 54 electoral seats. The target for whoever wins the election in the US is 270, so 54 of the 270 has already gone to Kamala Harris. However, in many of the other states, and wherever the results and the leads have come in, it does appear that Trump is ahead. For example, in Texas, that of course is an old stronghold of his, that's gone to him. Florida as well has gone to the Trump camp. Those are among states which he's expected to win. But it's the ones which are in yellow, which could go either way, right, which is where Trump now appears to be doing well. So even if all the traditional blue strongholds are held by the Democrats and the Republicans hold all the red, and as I mentioned, each state has a certain number of electoral seats, so those all add up to that 270 magic mark. The total number, of course, is 538 in the US. It's these yellow states, when you start adding them up, Wisconsin 10, Michigan 15, Pennsylvania 19, North Carolina 16, and other states as well, Georgia 16, Arizona 11, Nevada 6. When you start adding these up, these electoral seats, who gets those, that's going to make that key difference. All right, Trump has won Georgia at this stage as well. So there's a change over here. This should be marked in red. It will be in a little while from now. So that's what the overall picture is in the US elections in terms of the Electoral College and what we are seeing over there. But let's give you the bigger picture now. The overall numbers that we have in terms of Trump and of Harris. Trump has a 60% chance at this stage of going to the White House. Kamala Harris at under 40%. There are 538 seats, as we have mentioned so far. So far, we've got 440 of those 538 results or leads which have been declared. The Democrats are at 210, which they've got leads or results in, and the Republicans at 230. So at this juncture, it appears that those swing states are absolutely critical. But as you can see, it's going to be difficult for Kamala Harris to actually pull ahead from here. The only way it does appear that the Democrats might win this election is if they do dramatically well in the swing states. Now, that depends entirely on the percentage of votes in. In the case of Arizona, 50% of states, of the 50% of votes in have been counted. It's neck and neck over there. Kamala Harris would need to win all of the other votes, essentially, which come in. In Georgia, it's gone to the Republicans so far with 93% done, or percentage of votes in. It seems very difficult for her to be able to reverse that. We've got J.D. Vance now, the running mate of Donald Trump, who's going to be coming out and speaking, and we do expect a very clear signal from him, an indicator of where the Republicans actually see this election going. And I would suggest that we are increasingly moving to a situation when the Republicans may be starting out with celebrations, all right? Alexander Braun, who's been a pollster looking at all of these numbers, it was meant to be really close. Is there a possibility, Alexander, of that taking place? Or on the basis of what you're seeing, do you believe that it's going to be a simple victory for Donald Trump?
I don't think so. I think this is still way too early to call. The trends have definitely been going in Donald Trump's way over the past couple hours, but it's not done in any way. There is still what's called the blue wall, which is the northern 3 or 4 states, from Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan to Pennsylvania, that traditionally vote for Democrats, although they are swing states, and they have not been called yet. Kamala Harris needs to win them all at this point, which is not an easy task, but it is still possible. But all eyes are on Pennsylvania right now. We will see the late-breaking Philadelphia votes coming in about now. And then we also have the mail-in ballots. A lot of people now mail in their ballots, and those get counted late, especially in a state like Pennsylvania, when they can only start counting them today. And that's a pretty long, laborious process. So we have to watch Pennsylvania, and that'll be the key deciding state.
Let's talk about Pennsylvania. 19 electors, so absolutely important for both camps. 66% of votes are in right now. The Republicans are at 50.7, the Democrats at 48.3. Even with the remaining 56% of votes which still need to be counted, for Kamala Harris to pull ahead of the Republicans would need a fair amount of work. So it's not going to be easy. But the assumption is that urban areas where the Democrats are stronger is where she might pick up steam. Is that right?
That's absolutely right. It's also areas that have the larger non-white population that typically breaks for Democrats, although Donald Trump has been trying to make inroads, especially among men. And these districts get counted the last because they're the largest districts or precincts in the state, and it just simply takes longer to count them. And therefore, we're gonna see the remaining votes that are being counted favor Democrats. Whether it's gonna be enough, we will see. Pardon me. And but Pennsylvania is also interesting again in the sense that the mail-in ballots get counted even after the most of the in-person votes are counted. Again, there's a presumption that they will favor Democrats, maybe not by much, but at least by some. And so at no point I would think that it's possible to call Pennsylvania at this point.
All right, let's go across now to Florida. We've got my colleague Jennifer Glass who joins us. Give us a sense of what's happening around you. I can see lots of lights behind you. Are those police cars? I believe you're not too far from Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump is with Elon Musk right now. Are we getting close to a stage when he might actually come out and say a few words?
Well, this is the convention center right here. This is where Donald Trump is expected to address the public. We understand that they are moving people from Mar-a-Lago here. We've seen 2 motorcades come here so far. There was a helicopter overhead, so that might have been J.D. Vance when they moved him from the convention center back to Mar-a-Lago earlier today. That was the formation that they used. So we are expecting Donald Trump to speak from here at some points. But as the point has been made, many of the swing states have not yet been called. I think until he feels he has a very clear path to 270 or a clincher on 270, he may wait. But we do understand that folks from Mar-a-Lago, about 2.5 miles that way, are heading here to the convention center ahead of Trump's speech. There's been a real sense of excitement here. People have been lining the streets here. People were behind me just a few minutes ago with Trump flags. The motorcades went in just over there. As you can see, there are security fences all around the convention center, but traffic is flowing pretty freely. A huge security presence here, though. They have shut down streets here and there. They shut down the roads when the convoys make a move. But very much excitement among Trump supporters here today. They've gathered here in large numbers. They were lining the street earlier, and you can see some of them now moving out because all the action's going to move inside.
All right, let's go across to Natasha Israni joining us now from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Natasha, look, at this stage, it's all about, well, it's almost all about Pennsylvania at this stage. 50.7 to the Republicans, 48.3 to the Democrats, 66% of votes which have come in. So my question is actually about votes which are still to come in terms of being counted. Is that in urban centers? And traditionally, is that a Democrat stronghold?
Well, the remaining votes are actually not only from the urban centers, they're from all over the state, and they would include rural areas as well as small towns and villages. So really it's very difficult to predict how that will go because it's going to be a mix of different factors. But it is narrowing and it is becoming more difficult for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania, but it's not over yet. So you're right, Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral college votes still being watched keenly. And now we are joined by actually a young Republican woman. She's actually a lawyer, and she's been here all this night at the Republican watch party. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling better than I did when I first came to the watch party. I think you've seen a gradual increase in morale, as well as some of the statistics that are coming out now and the votes that are coming out now. So I think it's progressively gotten a lot more positive.
Now, this is a very close race, but in Pennsylvania, earlier in the polls, you were seeing Kamala Harris a little ahead. It wasn't a guarantee, but she was ahead. What do you think is changing? What are the factors? What appeals to you as well about Donald Trump and what he promises?
I think for Pennsylvania, there are a lot of different issues that are on the table for different demographics of people, and obviously everybody votes for the issues that are within their interests. For Pennsylvania, I think a big issue was fracking, and so both of the candidates went back and forth on that issue. But for me personally, I think it was just a matter of looking at the governing of both parties. We've seen Kamala Harris and the Biden administration, and they're governing, and we've seen Donald Trump. And I think at the end of the day, it's who you believe that the country was better off under. And taking personality out of it, I think the choice is clear. Yeah.
A lot is being said about the gender gap in this election between men and women. A lot of being said also about families where the husband might be voting for Trump and the wife is voting for Kamala Harris. Obviously not every family. But I'm curious, as a young Republican woman, when it comes to the question of having the right to your reproductive freedom, how do you stand on that issue? And are there any concerns for you when it came to Donald Trump?
Not particularly, only because I see the issue of reproductive rights as less of a federal issue, and I don't see, even if there was an opportunity for Kamala Harris to come into office and somehow secure the right for women federal government to do, and it'd be challenged. And so regardless of what party was in office, whether the Republicans came in and wanted a ban or the Democrats came in and wanted that guaranteed right, I think either case it would be difficult for either party to work on a federal level. So for me, the issue of abortion was less of a factor in this election, although my personal stance is it's actually, I'm more so on the fence in terms of reproductive rights and in terms of pro-choice versus pro-life.
And you talked about how it's not personality that you were thinking so much more, but more about the issues and what you think is going to be better for you and for the country. But I'm still curious, when one of the things that we hear a lot from the Trump campaign is rhetoric against immigrants, against women sometimes. How do you respond to that? Did that ever bother you?
I don't know if it personally bothers me, and I think part of that comes from the influence of my parents, who are immigrants to this country, and do support, Donald Trump and are not bothered by his rhetoric. And so seeing immigrants who actually do support him makes me feel like, it's more about what he does and less about what he says. And I don't think that he is the perfect role model in terms of rhetoric, but we got to look at the agenda and what he's doing in the policy.
So there we have it. We are speaking to a young Republican lawyer telling us that they're looking beyond the rhetoric when it comes to Donald Trump. And at the moment, very happy and satisfied. They're still not calling it a complete victory yet, but really hopeful of their candidate, Donald Trump, winning this election.
All right, thanks very much. Let's go straight across to Chris Casquejo joining us from Michigan. Thanks, Chris, very much for being with us. If you look at Michigan, it's 52.4 in favor of the Republicans to 45.9, or I should say 45.9 in favor of the Democrats. No, I'll say that again, 52.4 in favor of the Republicans to 45.9 for the Democrats, with 49% of the votes in. Do you have any idea at this stage of where the remaining votes would be coming in from? Would these be urban areas, suburban areas, or both?
Yes, we have not seen the vote come in from Detroit yet, which is where I am. And, we were expecting it to come in, within the last hour, but the totals are not in. And obviously that would be a huge, it's a majority Black population. We would expect that Harris would run up the score in terms of the margins in this major urban area. But whether it's enough to overcome that roughly 200,000 vote lead that Donald Trump has jumped out to, we'll have to see. But the fact of the matter is that it's a very narrow path now for Kamala Harris to take the White House, with Georgia being projected for Donald Trump. So two of the Sun Belt battleground states, Georgia and North Carolina, have gone Trump's way, and now it's really, her path is basically keeping the blue wall that Biden won back in 2020 of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, if she wants to be in the White House.
That is interesting. What we've also learned in just the last 5 minutes or so is that Kamala Harris will not be addressing her supporters today. That's not going to be taking place. I don't know if that's a sign of her just wanting to wait till it's all over, or it stems from a sense of disappointment at what she's seeing right now. What is your sense, Chris, and typically how does it go in US elections in terms of calling the elections? How much longer do we need to wait? Because could we be in a situation where in the next 2 or 3 hours we see Trump come out or J.D. Vance come out and say that, look, we are headed to the White House?
Yeah, you might. I mean, that's what happened in 2020 before the votes were counted. So there's a chance that might happen again. But I wouldn't read anything into Kamala Harris not speaking tonight because, again, those, the votes are still out in those 3 blue wall battleground states. And that really is what the Harris campaign has said was their path to victory. And they expected the margins to be razor thin. So it just depends on how she's performing in those urban and suburban areas, whether she can run up the score enough to overcome Trump's, wide leads in the rural counties. That's why the maps are so red in these states with a few blue dots, but those blue dots have much more, population because they're urban and suburban centers.
All right, Chris, we'll keep coming back to you, but I'm joined now by Rich Logis, the Florida co-chair for Republicans for Harris. Thank you very much, Rich, for being with us. A great sense of relief, I'm sure, for you at this stage. The numbers look positive for Donald Trump, not just in Florida, but across the country. Is it your sense that in the next couple of hours, we could see perhaps J.D. Vance or Trump himself come out and say that, look, it seems we are headed to the White House?
Thanks for having me. Always happy to join you here and your team. I'd be saying the same, irrespective of who was waiting for the votes to come in. Whether it was Mr. Trump, if he was on the other side here for waiting for votes, I would say that all the voters who cast votes, we thank you for that, and they deserve to have their votes counted. Do I think it's a distinct possibility former President Trump will do that? Probably. But we know that it's going to be many, many hours until all of those votes that were cast are in fact counted. So I would caution him, although I suspect he probably wouldn't heed my advice, to not declare victory. I don't think anyone should declare victory at this point because we are still waiting to make sure that everyone who enfranchised themselves, that we make sure that those votes are counted so we can have a final tally and we can accept the results because our elections are free and fair.
The only point, Rich, and I take your word of caution, absolutely you're right, that, let's not jump the gun. But if you do look at the swing states, I think that the key number now is the percentage of votes which are in. And if you look at Wisconsin, 76%, so that's robust. If you look at Pennsylvania, 66, North Carolina, a whopping 92, Michigan, 49, so not yet halfway. Georgia, 94%, Arizona, 50%. So in many of these states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan, and Georgia, right? and it's neck and neck in Arizona, but by and large, it's the Republicans, Donald Trump, who's leading. With this percentage of votes in, the path for Kamala Harris appears to have narrowed substantially. She'd need to win a huge number of the remaining votes in all of these states if she wants to, if she has any chance. That's my sense of it. Would you agree?
It is a narrow path, but I would say that a narrow path is not a closed path. And something that may, in fact, actually pleasantly surprise all of us is that I believe that many of those votes that we're still waiting to be counted are some of those single issue voters whom I've been talking about quite a bit in the lead up to this election. And those are single issue voters who are actually do comprise a diverse assortment of voters ideologically. They are predominantly from urban, densely populated areas. And even with a narrow pathway, I still do not believe that that means that anyone at this moment should be declaring victory. But having said all of that, yes, it is true that the math might be an uphill battle right now, but just because it may be uphill does not mean that the race is over.
Let's go straight across. Thanks very much, Rich Logus, for speaking to us. Important words of caution. It is a narrow path ahead for Harris, but it's not a closed path at just this stage. But it does appear that Trump is well on his way to winning these elections. If this trend does continue, then the Republicans' chance of winning, Trump's chance of winning, now at a whopping 71% and just 27% for Kamala Harris. Alistair, let me go across to you at this stage. Give us a sense of what you are hearing, of what you're seeing. Is there a sense of despondency in the Democrat camp and overwhelming confidence among Republicans that, look, it's very difficult for them to lose from here on?
Yes, there's certainly a great deal of disappointment as far as the Democrats go. I was just at a Democratic party, a watch party, and I met these two gentlemen here. They're Kashmiri, now American Indians. This is Ashish and Raj, and they are both Republicans. So they were at a Democratic party supporting a friend, but they're actually Republicans, and they've been having a drink, enjoying the fact that perhaps Donald Trump will be president again.
That's right. That's right. We feel that he's winning all the key races in the country. So I feel that he will cross anything between 310 to 325.
Wow, so more than just the 270 that we're talking about. Now, you are both Republican supporters. I want to ask you, people say that Donald Trump is a racist, he's against immigrants. How could you support a president like that?
Hey, I'm here to support my friend Suhas, who's a Democrat, and I'm incredibly happy that he has won tonight.
This is the
question.
Right. So Suhas Subramanyam was elected tonight as the first Indian American from the East Coast to the House of Congress, and that's what Ashish is talking about. But I was just wondering, as a Republican, how do you feel about Donald Trump being back in power, potentially?
So I've kind of always been a centrist. I don't think I want to call myself Republican, although I did support Glenn Youngkin for the governor's race in Virginia. And I always look at the candidate, and I look at the merits of the candidate, whether that's Democratic or Republican. I know that Suhas is going to be a great congressman representing his district, working for his people and being very supportive of them and working for them for their benefit. And I'm incredibly excited about that and happy about that. At the same time, I feel like today we are at a crossroads in this country where we have to figure out like what are the policies that are really going to work in advantage of this country and get us to be the superpower and be.
And who can bring that?
I think that's Trump. Yeah, I think that's Trump.
All right. And a final question to you, Raj. We know that North Carolina has been called for Trump. What do you think worked in his favor in North Carolina this time around?
I think you have to look at the overall picture. The overall picture is, if you look at a 20-year or 25-year time frame, it is the democracy which wins in this country. So whether it is Democrats or Republicans, overall the country is moving forward. That's the first thing which you should know. The second thing is that it's not that Republicans are against immigrants. That's a wrong notion. It is that Republicans are against the illegal immigrants, and that any one of us should be. And that's the main thing which you should remember about the policy differences between the two countries.
So there you have it, Vishnu, those reactions coming in at this late hour. It's 1 a.m. Thank you guys for staying to talk to us. Handing it back to you in our studios in Delhi.
Alistair, thanks so much for joining us with those regular updates from Virginia. Let's also go across to Alex for a quick question at the moment. Alexander, clearly things have not worked out the way the Democrats and Kamala Harris envisioned it to, at least so far. We're not calling it anything. But what do you really think went wrong for Harris and her team?
Well, we don't know yet, right? So we really have to be patient, and we have to wait, another, few hours, if not a day or two. But look, like, there is clearly a major gender gap that we knew was in place here, where women disproportionately favored Harris and men Trump, and it looks like. And the results were very close, meaning the turnout was really key. And it's possible that, just not enough women have showed up, or too many men have showed up. That's definitely one of the possibilities. The other one is that Trump has clearly ran a smart campaign, because, he has won North Carolina, he has very likely won Georgia. So the South is all red, belongs to Republicans, which poses a huge problem for Democrats, because they now have to win just about every single of the remaining states up north.
Also, Alexander, it seems to be a bad time for incumbent governments world over. Can Trump's early projected victory as we speak somehow be also attributed to the fact that there's an anti-incumbent wave as far as Japan, Austria, Germany is concerned, and now globally?
To some extent, you might be right. It's hard to generalize, obviously, for the whole world, but there is a trend where voters, tend to vote more intuitively, more emotionally, and like to express their discontent through voting the incumbents out worldwide, whether you're in Europe or in the US or in Asia. So I think there's to some extent that trend. I think there's less policy evaluation. I know that there was much of it before, but there's even less of it now. And it's really more on the sort of the emotional level, the trend level. We do live in an age of social media that is fast and flips much faster than the way we used to live before.
A quick question, just in terms of what's increasingly staring us in the face in the US. Senate has gone to the Republicans. The Democrats would retain Congress. The White House is going to the Republicans at this stage. The Supreme Court is Republican as well. So this is what America might look like for the next several years. A complete wave against the Democrats, and a certain way of thinking and a certain notion of democracy, which we've seen certainly in the pre-Trump era.
Well, to some extent, yes. Look, the math on the Senate side of things was really stacked up against the Democrats this time around. The way it works, Senate changes every 2 years, a third of it changes. And so Democrats were really defending many more states than Republicans were. So, clearly, loss of the Senate is a big issue. We'll see what happens on the House side. That's not clear either. Trump has succeeded in reshaping the Supreme Court. He's also nominated before Biden, obviously, many of the lower instance judges. So, this could be, the next 2 years could definitely be Republican dominated.
Touch upon another important issue, which is the United States' relationship with China. Now, let's say under Trump's presidency, so under Trump 2.0, can we expect more stability as far as your relationship with Beijing is concerned, or are we looking at another trajectory?
Look, Washington, D.C. is a very divided city, and Democrats and Republicans don't agree on almost anything. If they do agree on something, it is on their stance against China. So I would say that as far as the U.S.-China relations go, it's actually not going to be dramatically different whether Democrats or Republicans, control the control Congress and the White House. In that sense, China is the major opponent of the United States. It's seen like that across the board and across the parties.
But do you agree with the view that some in China would actually rather face another term with Trump again because he's more of a wild card as opposed to Kamala Harris, who they say is less likely to make sweeping deals?
Look, I certainly don't want to speak for Beijing and what they want, but I think I will leave it up to them. I don't want to speak to what Beijing might want.
Well, let's go across to Puneet Ahluwalia, who also joins us at this stage. Puneet, it seems that the path open for Kamala Harris appears, to be shrinking. But if I was just to sort of look at the numbers, the percentage of votes in the swing states, there's still some room for maneuver for the Democrats. For example, in Arizona, only 50% of the votes are in. In Michigan, 59% of the votes are in. Nevada, we really don't know what's happening at this stage. Even Pennsylvania, 66% of the votes are in. And if you look at the numbers in the Democrats and Republicans, yes, the Republicans are ahead, but in most cases, it's just about 2%. So are we getting ahead of ourselves by saying, or is anybody getting ahead of themselves by saying that it's going to be Trump all the way?
Well, at least we have the Senate and the House we feel strong about. White House, yes, there's a path for President Trump. It's looking concrete as he won Georgia and North Carolina. But yes, we are optimistic because we see, and when you start looking at just states and the counties and the success President Trump has had, and more importantly, how Kamala Harris has not been able to match the numbers of President Biden, I believe it starts to become more and more optimistic that we will win the White House. But more importantly, I believe that that tomorrow morning we should have an answer, a clear answer, and a clear win. And
do we expect Trump himself to speak, or J.D. Vance, I believe, is preparing to speak? When Vance does speak, do you expect it to be virtually an election victory speech?
Well, I believe President Trump will not give a choice to anybody to speak but himself first, because that's what President Trump is. He loves the mic and he can go on. Apparently, he was speaking till almost 2 o'clock last night campaigning. He loves to tell the people. He loves America. He loves the people, and he wants to get his message out, and he wants to thank the people who have really come out and stood by him, because he was taken down, he was shot at, he was almost assassinated. So this man truly loves the country. He's very passionate about what he believes in, and that's the reason you see a great momentum, not only in the middle America, but also in the large immigrant communities, which are really coming out and flocking and resonating his message, including the Arab Americans, the Hispanic Americans, the Black Americans. And again, if you see on Kamala Harris' side, she rejected the Catholic vote. So why she's losing in Pennsylvania, it's one of those reasons. And we've seen also the Hispanics come out in Pennsylvania, come out and support President Trump, as they did in Florida. So I think he's a phenomenon. He's a tenacious campaigner. And I think that's why we are having these victories and across. And we've seen the success of flipping the Senate. And that's going to help President Trump get the right people nominated to carry on his agenda from the last term. And you will see more peace through strength, because you will see the Abraham Accord now unfold in its true essence, what he had envisioned. More peace between Israel and Middle East countries, and more importantly, re-engaging with North Korea, and most importantly, finding a way to have peace in Ukraine and Europe. And most importantly, the European partners have to cough up more dollars for their safety and security.
Well, Puneet, on that point then, global actors noticed that the United States actually applies one standard to Russia's actions on Ukraine and another to Israel's in Gaza. In fact, many of Trump's critics, as things are looking up for him, I must also mention that many of Trump's critics have raised questions about his climate change policies, the future of NATO, whether NATO is going to be in tricky hands. Where does this all stand at the moment? How do we make sense of it?
It sounds very clear. It's very. If you see his previous administration, peace through strength, if you saw he was engaging very effectively with on the Abraham Accord with the Middle East, with the Saudis, the UAE, and the Israeli community, Israeli leadership, Netanyahu is a great partner and a friend of the United States and President Trump. I believe the proxy war, which are started and initiated by Iran, should come to a standstill. I think there'll be a way to curtail or contain Iran, and more importantly, that the freedom in Iran come across, because there are a lot of people who want a free Iran, an open Iran, because at one point Iran was a great ally of the United States, and we have seen that the Shah of Iran, his son has stood up and said, "Look, I'm willing to go out and take the leadership realm, leadership of Iran." So multiple opportunities will happen under President Trump because he's strong and decisive, and he's very clear where he wants to be. And I believe we should re-engage with North Korea, and we should find a way to all work together. And I think India will play a very important role. Despite all the people talking about that he's going to double the tariff, he's going to do whatever he is going to do. But at the same time, India also has to realize that President Trump's also mean bottom line, which means what is important for the United States, how does it create jobs, but how is it mutually beneficial for both nations? And I think both him and Modi have great dynamics, and I hope that translates into success for both nations.
Right, we will of course be patient and wait for the results to trickle in. But in terms of the other aspect, Vishnu, has been the record money that's been pumped into this election by both sides. Many say it's democracy at work, but also many say that it could also be bribing your voters and all. I want to find out where Puneet stands on this.
Well, if you saw our Kamala Harris has become the party of the rich and the elitists. You saw Oprah Winfrey, and you saw Mike Jagger, you saw Ricky Martin, all the famous, and Gaga, who was out there supporting her. And that's what the difference is. That's why President Trump is winning among the large, hardworking Americans, because now the Democratic Party is perceived as warmongers, the party of the rich and the elitist. And that's the reason why you see the LinkedIn and the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world supporting him. And whereas people who are adopted Americans, just like Musk and myself, are supporting President Trump because we believe in the American dream. So yes, money is a big part of it, of the play, but it doesn't help. It's the right message. That's what matters.
You're talking about Musk. Musk has been tweeting away.
Yes,
firstly, he's tweeted to say that there's a record usage of his platform. And then he's got a meme or picture of his AI, whatever, of him inside the Oval Office, carrying something.
Trump,
yeah, and he's got
busy.
a picture of him and Trump as well, and he says the future is going to be so hot, and he's got an emoji.
Classic Musk.
Yeah, that's right. So Elon Musk doesn't have much more to say. I mean, he's already celebrating, as are all of these people on our screens right now. This is from a stage which has been set up for J.D. Vance to speak, and I presume this is near Mar-a-Lago, where the US president is. He's been watching all that's been happening, and he'll come out and speak. And we do know that Kamala Harris is not going to be addressing her supporters just yet, perhaps not for the next several hours. Tonight, India time, I mean, if she does speak, she would speak then. Again, there is still that window for the Democrats to sort of sneak in through if they do really well in the swing states. But that really depends on how many of these states, how many of the votes are coming in from urban areas where it is believed that Kamala Harris is going to be strong. But let's just have, the overall graphics up on the screen so that, we can just go through what the present trends are right now. Firstly, what you do see here are Republican states. Now, this is these are the votes over there. There are no surprises over here. This is not really what we are talking about, because there are two bastions in the US. One, of course, the Republican states. It's going all to the Republicans. No surprises there. If you take a look at the Democrat states, you'll have lots of blue states as well. So let's change the image. Go across to the blue states, and here you'll have the Democrat states. And again, no surprises at all over there. All of these are going the Democrat way. So as has been predicted by pollsters, it is the swing states which are really going to decide which party wins or which president comes to power. So I'm going to walk up over here to give you an idea of what it is that we are talking about. There are 7 swing states in the United States. You've got them on your screen over there. Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, as well up in the north, and Wisconsin. Now, there are 2 states, Georgia and North Carolina, which at this stage are projected to go to Donald Trump. It seems very difficult, even with some votes left to be counted, for these to turn and go towards the Democrat side, which leaves Kamala Harris with 5 states, right? Sorry, 4 states where she still has a bit of a chance. But is that going to necessarily 5 states? I should correct myself. Give her a real opportunity to do well. It seems difficult because Trump is doing quite well. So let's take a look, for example, in Arizona. That's where Arizona is in the United States.
Look at the margin, Vishnu. It's 0.4.
Yeah, I was speaking about Arizona. Let's go back to the previous screen, if we can, please. So Arizona over there, it's neck and neck in Arizona right now. Too close to call. Really depends on who's going to go which way. Kamala Harris needs to win Arizona. There are no two ways about it. With North Carolina and Georgia having gone to the Republicans. Georgia we've already discussed. Let's talk about Michigan. That's up to the north over there. It was going in favor of the Democrats. That's changed. It's now quite clearly with the Republicans. Nevada, we don't have any numbers for Nevada. That's a bit surprising because we haven't had them all morning. Let's go to the next page and give you the remaining 3 states over here. North Carolina with the Republicans. They won that state. Pennsylvania, that's where this election is going to be written. It's about a 2% gap between Trump and Harris. But at this stage, unless there is something dramatic which goes in favor of the Democrats, whether it's the urban voter, whether it's voters, minority voters, women voters, voters in urban centers like Philadelphia, it's going to be difficult for Kamala Harris. Wisconsin, again, clearly in favor of Trump supporters at this stage. So, they've won 2, 5 remaining, and they could easily win 2 or 3 more. In which case, it's a done deal. There's not much left over here. Parmeshwar?
In fact, Vishnu, we also have Ajay Jain Bhutoria, who's the Deputy Finance Chair of the Democratic Party, joining us. Mr. Bhutoria, things are not really looking up for your party at the moment, but are you still hopeful?
I disagree with you. This is what was expected and is playing out the way. And we are going to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Nevada. That will put across 276, and that will help us win the election. As one of your speaker was saying earlier, there are different kind of voters, urban voters, rural voters, early mail-in ballots, and so many other things. So you see ups and downs in the numbers coming in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. But when all the mail-in ballots and everything is counted, we are going to win these 4 states and we are going to win the election. And we might lose Arizona, which will put Trump to 255, but that's okay. Once we get clarity by the end of the day tomorrow, we will be seeing the finish line. Kamala will be the next president.
But Mr. Bhutoria, you mentioned Michigan. In Detroit, people are actually pretty unhappy with the Democratic Party. Do you think you could have done something better there in terms of election strategy? Because clearly Trump and his team have capitalized upon it so far.
Well, I mean, there are many diverse groups of people, and each group has their own, success and pain points. And the President Biden and Vice President Harris has been addressing those things. Whether it could have been done better? Yes, of course. There is always chance and opportunity for doing things better. But ultimately, it's about winning, and doing good for the people, and that's what we tend to do, continue doing.
The overall, numbers, 461 of 536, 538 seats, leads and results is what I'm talking about. The Republicans are at 247, the Democrats at 214. The Republicans have a chance of winning at 71%. What Ajay Jain Bhutoria is talking about are the swing states, where he believes that because there is a significant percentage of votes which are still remaining, there is a chance for Kamala Harris and the Democrats to do well. But Ajay, my question to you, let's talk about Wisconsin. You are 4 percentage points, behind the Republicans are at 51.2, the Democrats at 47.3. A whopping 76% of votes have already come in. So, the path for you to actually get ahead and win that state looks difficult. If you look at Pennsylvania, there's a robust 66% of votes which are in. You are 2 percentage points behind the Republicans, right? And, it's the same story for all of the other states.
I hear you. I just want to share one thing, and our campaign chair, Jen O'Malley, sent out an email 2 days back, and she clearly outlined how this is going to play out. And this is exactly how this is playing out. She outlined that in early voting, early reporting, you will see that Trump is ahead. But when everything plays out, we will win. So I am going by what our campaign chair has said in that email, which clearly outlined. And she also outlined that Trump might declare victory early, maybe tonight or early tomorrow. And but I won't be surprised if she does that.
All right, so going down to the wire is what you are saying. That's been the sense of pollsters as well, that it is going absolutely down to the wire. Thank you very much for being with us. So Parmeshwar, next couple of hours, America is going to be sleeping by and large. Yes. We will be keeping track of the results.
We'll be on our toes.
We'll be on our toes. But I think by about 7, 8 p.m. IST this evening onwards, we'll get a clearer idea of who's going to be president of the United States.
Right now, UNICEF is supporting millions of children in emergencies around the world. It's what they do. Teams are bringing emergency supplies to children affected by the crisis in Gaza, healthcare and safe spaces for Ukraine's children, and medical supplies for children in Yemen. £10 could help bring safe drinking water and life-saving therapeutic food. Search UNICEF supplies online or text supplies to 85525. Your support brings hope for children caught in crisis.
Family life. It's made of ups and downs, and those little moments. But should the unthinkable happen to you? Life insurance from Legal & General can help look after monthly bills, the roof over their heads, childcare costs, and most importantly, your family. Because no one protects more families in the UK than us. Premiums start from £5 a month and they never rise. Plus there's a £120 gift card after you apply. Legal & General. Ensure life goes on.
We all love a bargain, like these flatmates who switched to Vodafone and are now paying less for their full fibre broadband, which means they can still stream 2 shows at the same time, but for less. Still gaming with mates, but for less. He's behind you. Reliable full fibre broadband for less. And now switching to Vodafone full fibre broadband is easy with one touch switch. We sort everything out for you. We even call your current provider and help towards any leaving fees. So switch today.
It's that time again as citizens put their doors in the drawer for People's Postcode Lottery's biggest ever prize pot.
In the December draws, you and your neighbours could win a share of £32.5 million.
Whether you own or rent, absolutely any door can enter. Sign up before midnight on the 1st of December.
A share of £32.5 million could be yours, but only if your door is in the draw.
If you have cancer, it might affect your finances. But Macmillan Support is just a free phone call away.
Can I get the sack for having cancer?
Whether you need to ask about work.
What if I can't afford my home?
Struggling with bills.
I can't afford the heating.
Energy worries.
How am I going to support my family?
Or sorting out your finances. Whatever you need to ask about money and cancer, we're here 7 days a week. Call us free now on 0808 239 1000.
I've been thinking,
I want to plan my funeral so it feels more like a celebration. My parents always said I was born dancing. I just love it. Bhangra, disco, even line dancing. So when my time comes, I want to have music, dancing, the lot.
With over 150 years' experience, you can count on Co-op Funeral Care to help you pre-plan the funeral you want. To find out more, visit Co-op Funeral Care or give us a call.
Dreams come true, come to the other side.
Join me and the Style Squad. Shop now exclusively at Freeman's.
When you're setting up a new nest, starting your own flock, or they just keep on growing. Get the flexibility you need with VeryPay. Pay now, pay later, or pay over 3 months and pay no interest. We'll even send you helpful payment reminders. Shop the online store for fashion, home and more. VeryPay. Ways to pay that work your way.
Greetings, wonderful people of Britain. I'm Tom Allen, and it's my pleasure to declare delivering good news is a daily routine with People's Postcode Lottery. Curious on how it works? Well, prick up your ears and let me explain. Enter with your postcode to play. Own it, rent it, doesn't matter. Winning postcodes are announced every day with a whole host of delightful prizes that could be won by you and your neighbours.
And in our December draws, you could win a share of £32.5 million.
It costs £12 for a monthly subscription that guarantees you entry into all draws every month. You're also doing your part for charities, with players having raised £1.4 billion so far. Want to find out more or join? Then why not hop onto our website or dial our digits for a chit-chat. For a chance to win, sign up before midnight on the 1st of December. You never know, good news could be delivered to your postcode.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing. And that's exactly the way he'd want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we know everyone is different. That's why we offer funeral plans to funeral services that are personal, every step of the way.
Family life. It's made of ups and downs, and those little moments. But should the unthinkable happen to you? Life insurance from Legal & General can help look after monthly bills, the roof over their heads, childcare costs, and most importantly, your family. Because no one protects more families in the UK than us. Premiums start from £5 a month and they never rise. Plus there's a £120 gift card after you apply. Legal & General. Ensure life goes on.
Guarantees, and it will be Rahul Gandhi who will be there in Maharashtra during that announcement. A third of Ranthambhore's tigers are missing, and Rajasthan government has set up a probe committee to investigate the disappearance of 25 tigers in the last 1 year. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadwa. Let's get you a top story. That's Mysuru Lokayukta Police. That's questioning Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the Muda scam. Do remember his wife has already been questioned by the investigating officers. This is the first time that the Chief Minister is being questioned in the case. They are investigating the role that the Chief Minister has played in the allotment of 14 Muda sites to his wife Parvati back in 2021. The Chief Minister is confronted at the moment with several issues, from Muda scam to Waqf. ahead of the impending by-elections in 3 important constituencies in rural Karnataka. The Lokayukta has already filed a first information report and FIR on the orders of a special court. Besides Siddaramaiah, it's also his wife as well as his brother-in-law who have been named in the FIR. Do remember that the Enforcement Directorate has also filed a money laundering case against Siddaramaiah and others, and it is the Enforcement Directorate that had conducted searches in various locations of Karnataka in connection with the Muda-linked money laundering case. Let's listen into what Priyank Kharge had to say.
Why should the CM resign? All right. The Honorable BJP President, the state BJP President, has a ED case against him. ECIR has been registered. Has he resigned? It's a very serious offence. And this is a politically motivated case. Everybody knows it. How they misuse governor's office, how they are misusing other constitutional institutions. So there's nothing surprising. And Honorable CM has very clearly, categorically told that, look, this is politically motivated and I'm a law-abiding citizen. Whatever the constitutional institutions ask me to do, I will do. And he's sure that he's going to come out of this.
And we have Pratibha joining us to get us more on this. Pratibha, you know, as trouble and worry that mounts as far as the Chief Minister is concerned, from the ED now to Lokayukta, you know, all questioning him in regarding his role as far as the Mysuru-linked Muda scam is concerned.
That's right, and this assumes significance mainly because this is the first time he is being questioned by the Lokayukta officials with respect to the Muda scam. The Lokayukta has earlier conducted investigation as well as interrogated several of Siddaramaiah's relatives, including his brother-in-law as well as his wife. And today we are talking of Siddaramaiah giving his answers with respect to the entire allegations that have been haunting him for a couple of months now. This also comes amidst calls for his resignation. The BJP has been relentlessly protesting as well as demanding a CBI probe there. But with respect to this particular investigation, it is definitely a two-pronged attack of sorts. When it comes to Siddaramaiah, mainly because you have the Lokayukta investigation on one hand, you have the ED investigation on the other. The ED has been looking into the money laundering aspect of it and the financial transactions concerned with it. The ED has also conducted its raids with respect to several officials related to Muda there. And now we have the election, that is the impending by-election in 3 constituencies in Karnataka, and Siddaramaiah has a lot to deal with. On one hand, he has the Lokayukta investigation, the Muda allegations with respect to ED, and on the other he has the Waqf controversy that has also been clouding with respect to the political flashpoint here between the Congress and the BJP here. The consequences of this in terms of not just the election but also his political career is something that we need to closely watch. Back to you.
Right, all eyes on the Lokayukta there questioning the Chief Minister in regard to the role that he's played in the allocation as far as those 14 Mysuru, the Muda sites are concerned, to his wife Parvati back in 2021. We will keep coming back to you, Pratibha. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, switching tracks to Jammu and Kashmir, and ruckus broke out on the 3rd day of the ongoing assembly session, and this is as the Deputy Chief Minister has gone ahead and, he passed the resolution to demand the restoration of Jammu and Kashmir's special status. The Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory Legislative Assembly passed a historic resolution seeking the restoration of the erstwhile state's special status under Article 370, which was revoked in August of 2019 by the centre. To get more on this, we have Nazir joining us. Nazir, take us through the proceedings of the assembly session and the ruckus that broke out with the BJP completely opposing, saying this is not what they were expecting.
Well, clearly it took everybody by surprise when suddenly Speaker announced that the Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary will be moving a resolution on special revocation of special status, opposing it and demanding restoration of special status. As he read it, and it was seconded by Minister Sakina Yatu, then there was a pandemonium in House, and BJP members were shouting slogans, calling Surinder Chaudhary as Jai Chand of Jammu, and saying it is a Pakistani agenda, bringing this resolution. And there were slogans, and even they tore apart the copies of the resolution, while as the Treasury benches by showing the copies of and saying they want special status back. But let's talk more about it from with Aga Ruhullah, MP Srinagar, who has been vociferously talking about, restoration of 370 and opposing, this abrogation of 370. Aga Saab. So finally,
Finally, the day has come. We made the whole promise. We made the promise throughout our campaign that we'll bring a resolution rejecting the decisions of August 5 and calling for the restoration of the dignity, the rights which is given to us through Article 370. And today we did it. I'm thankful to my party, to my colleagues, and most important of all, the Chief Minister, Mr. Omar Abdullah, for living up to the expectations of the people and fulfilling the commitment. This is not the end of all. This is the beginning of the road. I expect all of us to take this task and take this to the logical conclusion where we mean that the rights and the dignity of the people of Jammu and Kashmir is respected, and the union listens to what
and BJP is not
Jammu and Kashmir.
And BJP is strongly opposing it. They are not allowing House to, function, even as the House was adjourned, but they are staying in the well of the House, still staying just at the House.
As expected, this behavior was not unexpected. They do not respect the sentiments of they do not demand it. This is how they have turned the entire nation into, and the institutions, to be more specific, you should respect the mandate of the institutions. This is all about theatrics and their political agenda. And more important than that is what the people of Jammu and Kashmir today said through the assembly. And I hope the entire nation listens to it. It is more important that they listen to it. They respect the mandate. They respect the opinion of the people. This has come democratically. This is a democratic forum. People today have expressed themselves democratically. Any democratic expression needs to be respected. If the people of the rest of the nation wants Jammu and Kashmir to be a part of a democracy, and we, the people of Jammu and Kashmir, to be a part of an India which is functional democracy, then the democratic opinion and mandates should be respected.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aga Ruhullah, Srinagar MP, who has been a strong votary and opposing abrogation of 70. The language, PDP has been questioning the language, saying it is a bit mild, but the fact is nobody was expecting that National Conference will keep its promise. And what Omar Abdullah has said, that the first transaction of the business of Jammu and Kashmir as a Legislative Assembly will be passing a resolution opposing abrogation of special status to Jammu and Kashmir and demanding restoration of special status. And in the resolution, which has been passed, and 60 members have voted in favor of it. BJP's 28 members opposed it, and clearly a massive political development in Jammu and Kashmir on the third day of the first assembly session, which has happened after long 7 years and over 6 years of presidential rule in Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us those details. We will be back with a whole lot more. But switching tracks for now, the Maharashtra election appears close, complex and chaotic, and it's been 2 days since Prime Minister Modi arrived in the state of Maharashtra to address his first 2 public meetings. But today is Rahul Gandhi, the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, who will be launching the Mahavikas Aghadi's poll campaign along with other senior leaders of the opposition. However, the UBT has unveiled 5 poll promises. Shiv Sena chief Uddhav Thackeray has said that if his MVA government comes back into power in the state of Maharashtra, it would ensure that prices of 5 essential food items, including sugar, pulses as well as grain, are kept under check. Uddhav Thackre's poll promises came just hours after Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde announced Mahayuti's 10 poll promises. That also includes high support for poor women, pensioners and farmers. My colleague Radhika breaks it down for us, because it's guarantees versus guarantees, and what can we really expect today in the state of Maharashtra?
A lot of poll promises and SOPs being offered by both Mahayuti as well as MVA. In fact, yesterday Eknath Shinde promised 10 poll guarantees in Kolhapur. In fact, it involved financial assistance to women. We know for a fact that there had been a Laki Behan scheme which involved giving women 1,500 per month. Eknath Shinde there, in fact, promising to increase the financial assistance to 2,100 per month if Mahayuti comes back to power. Besides that, of course, farm loan waiver and also more pension support for senior citizens, as well as creation of more jobs and stabilizing prices for essential commodities are some of the poll guarantees as far as Mahayuti is concerned. This is something that Eknath Shinde in his speech said in Kolhapur yesterday. But at the same time, Uddhav Thackeray also making a slew of poll promises on behalf of MVA, which again included financial assistance in terms of free education for girls and boys, recruitment of more women cops, and also stabilizing of essential prices of essential commodities, as well as a farm loan waiver and affordable homes to residents of Maharashtra, especially in Mumbai. So multiple guarantees, SOPs being given out by both the Mahayuti as well as MVA. We know for a fact that Rahul Gandhi is in Maharashtra today. He will be in Nagpur in just a bit, after which he will be in Mumbai for a public rally where he will be giving out a poll guarantee card of sorts, and more guarantees will be presented when all the MVA leaders will be part of that particular rally. Rahul Gandhi will be accompanied by Mallikarjun Kharge as well as Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar and several other top leaders of MVA. So more guarantees there. There could be an announcement of caste-based census, more farm loan waiver, and also a counter to the Ladki Behan scheme as well. So guarantees after guarantees, but will that translate into votes? Will that really woo voters of Maharashtra and translate into votes? That remains to be seen.
Right, Radhika, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Of course, also in Maharashtra, now regional manifesto that was released. We're talking about NCP's manifesto for Baramati, where Ajit Pawar has made promises, first of its kind. We're talking about a sports academy in Baramati. We're also talking about food processing units, solar energy, and a lot more. And we have Anuj joining us. Anuj, take us through the promises that have been made by Ajit Pawar.
NCP's currently the program for manifesto publishing is currently on across the state. I'm standing here in Mumbai, but wherever there are NCP candidates here in the state, the program is taking place concurrently. We are seeing that NCP has released two types of manifestos. One is a regional manifesto which promises which tells people what to expect if NCP is elected to power there as far as that particular region is concerned. And then there is another much broader manifesto which talks about the entirety of the state. And there we can see that on very similar lines to what Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said yesterday, the promises which have been made here are also about an increase in the Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana scheme from 1,500 rupees to 2,100 rupees. We're seeing that this entire manifesto is very student, women and farmer centric. They've also promised as many as 25 lakh jobs going ahead. They've stated that the ASHA workers would get an increased payment of 15,000 rupees from what is the case at the moment. They've also promised as a farmer's loan waiver, although the number has not been specified. NCP's manifesto specifically talks about having more number of roads. They've talked about increasing rural connectivity and increasing the number of road by as much as 45,000 rupees. And besides that, of course, as I said before, Ajit Pawar, while speaking from Baramati, specified on how he'll be working to get one of the first of its kind sports center in Baramati, keeping in mind the wrestling and the boxing culture there, and also talked about creating more jobs for people from the people from agrarian background as far as their profession is concerned.
Thanks for getting us all those details. And now let's just switch tracks. Live visuals on your screen of a campaign rally being held in Florida by Donald Trump. And from the looks of it, it seems like he might just be becoming the next president of the United States. We're talking about the Republicans there who have, in fact, won in two swing states. We're talking about the state of North Carolina as well as Georgia. Those two key battleground states have been won by Republicans. We're talking about Donald Trump winning there. And even in other swing states, we're talking about 4 other swing states where Donald Trump is in the lead. So it is Trump, this show of strength. That is what New York Times is saying. The Republicans are in the lead. There you can see numbers on your screen of Donald Trump winning at 247 with Kamala Harris at 214. Do remember this was a neck-to-neck race up until yesterday. But all that seems to be changing at the moment. And let's just go right across to our colleague Jennifer Glassey, who is joining us from Florida and taking us through what's really happening on the ground.
This is the convention center right here. This is where Donald Trump is expected to address the public. We understand that they are moving people from Mar-a-Lago here. We've seen 2 motorcades come here so far. There was a helicopter overhead, so that might have been J.D. Vance when they moved him from the convention center back to Mar-a-Lago earlier today. That was the formation that they used. So we are expecting Donald Trump to speak from here at some point. But as the point has been made, many of the swing states have not yet been called. I think until he feels he has a very clear path to 270 or a clincher on 270, he may wait. But we do understand that folks from Mar-a-Lago, about 2.5 miles that way, are heading here to the convention center ahead of Trump's speech. There's been a real sense of excitement here. People have been lining the streets here. People were behind me just a few minutes ago with Trump flags. The motorcades went in just over there. As you can see, there are security fences all around the convention center, but traffic is flowing pretty freely. A huge security presence here, though. They have shut down streets here and there. They shut down the roads when the convoys make a move. But very much excitement among Trump supporters here today. They've gathered here in large numbers. They were lining the street earlier, and you can see some of them now moving out because all the action's going to move inside.
Right, and of course, Kamala Harris seems to be losing out as far as those battleground states are concerned. That really holds the key to who will win. And Trump has managed to flip a victory in states which had voted Democrats in 2020. We're talking about Donald Trump flipping Georgia in a huge setback to Kamala Harris. And it is Donald Trump who seems to be leading as far as the swing states are concerned. It is quite a huge setback to Kamala Harris, who was, as you know, in the race to become the first woman president of the United States. But there you can see numbers on your screen of her at 214 with Donald Trump at 247. So Donald Trump in the lead in all the swing states. As of now, 6 out of the 7 swing states is where Donald Trump is leading with a huge margin. That's what we are seeing. It was a very razor-thin margin that we were seeing early this morning, but all that seems to have changed with Donald Trump really flipping all states which were basically all Democrats, and they were supporting Democrats, but now it seems to be that they want a change. Could it be because they saw Kamala Harris as someone who would perhaps follow in the footsteps of Joe Biden? Is that why that they wanted a change, which is why they voted in for Donald Trump? Of course, there was a lot of stars supporting Kamala Harris. We saw Lady Gaga as well as Oprah Winfrey, a lot of film stars, movie stars and singers supporting Kamala Harris. And on the other side, Elon Musk, the biggest supporter that Donald Trump has. So, of course, how does this really change things for us back here in India? How will the relationships between India and US change under the regime of Donald Trump, who seems to be in the lead at the moment? And if he is set to become the next president of the United States, if he's going to make his re-entry into the White House after that huge loss that he suffered to Joe Biden in the last term in 2020. So how different can it be under Donald Trump? Can he really take care of the war in Gaza and in Ukraine? That's the big question. Donald Trump has been heard saying that if it was for him, there would never be a war in Ukraine. Well, let's just also go across to Ashok Sajanhar, a former diplomat who is joining us.
We all love a bargain, like the Grants, who switched to Vodafone and are now paying less for their full fibre broadband, which means they're still double screening, but for less. And last-minute panic downloading, but for less. Reliable full fibre broadband for less.
And now switching to Vodafone full fibre broadband is easy with one touch switch. We sort everything out for you. We even call your current provider and help towards any leaving fees. So switch today.
Family life. It's made of ups and downs and those little moments. But should the unthinkable happen to you? Life insurance from Legal & General can help look after monthly bills, the roof over their heads, childcare costs, and most importantly, your family. Because no one protects more families in the UK than us. Premiums start from £5 a month and they never rise. Plus there's a £120 gift card after you apply. Legal & General. Ensure life goes on.
Join me and the Style Squad. Shop now exclusively at Freeman's.
Breaking news.
Whoa.
Who's racing? It's time for a power boost. I gotta train harder. Whoa! Power boost activated. Try Duracell Optimum for the next level of power.
Whatever you need to ask about cancer, Macmillan's free support line is just a call away.
Hello, Macmillan.
Whether it's money or work worries.
Am I going to lose my job?
Getting on with life.
Can I still go abroad? Get insurance?
Or just need someone to listen.
How do I tell them?
Our specialist advisors are here to help as often as you need them. Whatever you need to ask, cancer, work, money, life, call us now on 0808 134 1000.
It's that time again as citizens put their doors in the drawer for People's Postcode Lottery's biggest ever prize pot.
In the December draws, you and your neighbours could win a share of £32.5 million.
Whether you own or rent, absolutely any door can enter.
Sign up before midnight on the 1st of December.
A share of £32.5 million could be yours, but only if your door is in the draw.
I've been thinking, I want to plan my funeral so it feels more like a celebration. My parents always said I was born dancing. I just love it. Bhangra, disco, even line dancing. So when my time comes, I want to have music, dancing, the lot.
With over 150 years' experience, you can count on Co-op Funeral Care to help you pre-plan the funeral you want. To find out more, visit Co-op Funeral Care or give us a call.
Questions really looms over how a second Trump administration might impact the India-US relationship. As a candidate, Trump has been very clear that he intends to revamp the United States foreign policy, focusing on America first. So how does this change things around?
Yeah, see, fundamentally, I see, if you look at now, it's almost a writing on the wall that Trump is going to win the elections, with almost 247 seats where he's leading vis-a-vis 214 where Kamala Harris is leading. And New York Times calls a 95% chance of Trump getting into the White House once again. So I think fundamentally I see this is a victory of, if at all, of course, victory is yet to be announced and it will take a few more hours or perhaps a couple of more days. It's men over women, more whites over non-whites, non-graduates over graduates, blue-collared over white-collared. I think, these are the kind of things which seem to have prevailed in the US. As far as India is concerned, I think a couple of things. Joe Biden was rather good to India, in multiple ways. Trump has always said that he's a very close friend of Prime Minister Modi. But I don't think it has translated into anything beyond verbosity and beyond, certain gesturing and posturing. It hasn't really. If you look at, he has talked about visas being curtailed, and he has talked about, import tariff, and he's talked about two countries in particular, China and India, where, import tariffs will go up to protect the domestic industry. None of this is going to be good for India at all, So I think when the Trump and Modi friendship is being talked about, I think our Prime Minister must negotiate what that friendship means for India. What does that friendship bring on the table for our country? I think that's very, very important. Otherwise, if you look at U.S. and Indian trade, in one of the very few countries where India has a trade deficit in its favor, which means that the deficit on the U.S. side in terms of export-imports, in terms of trade. So if the tariffs go up, it's going to impact very, very surely. And visas also, I hope it was only a posturing by Trump and he doesn't take it seriously. Because one thing is very clear, if America gives more visas to Indians, they're not doing us a favor. As a matter of fact, Indians go and meet their skill deficit very, very effectively. And also it makes their industry more competitive, not only in the domestic context, but internationally, globally. Because by Indians working there, it brings cost advantage, it brings the skills advantage, and multiple things. I think U.S. economy needs Indians.
Right.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing. And that's exactly the way he'd want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we know everyone is different. That's why we offer funeral plans to funeral services that are personal, every step of the way.
Dreams come true, come to the other side.
Join me and the Style Squad. Shop now exclusively at Freeman's.
With Virgin Media, get smooth, lightning-fast M125 broadband. Just £25 a month and no setup fee. And now it's even easier to switch to the provider awarded best broadband experience. Yeah, that's smooth. Virgin Media. See what you can do. Visit virginmedia.com.
Greetings, wonderful people of Britain. I'm Tom Allen, and it's my pleasure to declare delivering good news is a daily routine with People's Postcode Lottery. Curious on how it works? Well, prick up your ears and let me explain. Enter with your postcode to play. Own it, rent it, doesn't matter. Winning postcodes are announced every day with a whole host of delightful prizes that could be won by you and your neighbours.
And in our December draws, you could win a share of £32.5 million.
It costs £12 for a monthly subscription that guarantees you entry into all draws every month. You're also doing your part for charities, with players having raised £1.4 billion so far. Want to find out more or join? Then why not hop onto our website or dial our digits for a chit-chat. For a chance to win, sign up before midnight on the 1st of December. You never know, good news could be delivered to your postcode.
When you're setting up a new nest, starting your own flock, or they just keep on growing. Get the flexibility you need with VeryPay. Pay now, pay later, or pay over 3 months and pay no interest. We'll even send you helpful payment reminders. Shop the online store for fashion, home and more. VeryPay. Ways to pay that work your way.
Very much, Divya, and yes, these two questions that you posed, I think the influence and the political presence and the political clout of the Indian American diaspora, that is growing. We have seen that, increasingly they have been becoming more influential, and their outreach is growing. They are by far the most well-educated diaspora community in the United States. Their numbers might be rather small, about 5 million or so, but they punch well above, their weight of just the numbers, because 5 million in a total of about 300 million plus is not all that large. But they are the most educated, they are the most prosperous also as far as any of the diaspora communities are concerned. And they have started becoming more and more politically active over recent years. So that is why we have seen also, if I could, Kamala Harris as the Vice President, last time. And then, of course, there have been very many both from the Democratic side as well as from the Republican side, whether it is Nikki Haley or it is Tulsi Gabbard. They have all been sort of, contesting for the presidential nomination of their own parties. But whether it is as congressmen, the numbers have been growing, and as you mentioned, Ro Khanna, and there are several others also who have been, who have entered the portals of power in the United States. So I think that is very important. Their significance is growing. And as far as relations between India and the United States are concerned, I'm sure they will continue to grow, they will continue to expand. not only, the personal rapport that exists between Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump, about which Donald Trump has been speaking about it very openly. But I think if you were to look at the last tenure of Donald Trump, the relations between the two countries really took off. In terms of the personal rapport, let us, recognize that whether it was Barack Obama, Democrat, or Donald Trump or Joe Biden, the personal rapport chemistry has been great as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned. And in all these three tenures of the three presidents, our relations have continued to grow and expand. In the tenure of Biden, of course, it is more recent, it is very well known, but even in the tenure of Donald Trump, our relations really skyrocketed, I would say, in every sense of the word. The pushback that Donald Trump provided to Pakistan in terms of the fact, I think everyone still remembers that tweet of 1st January 2018 when he said that, Pakistan takes all this money from us and treats us as fools and gives safe havens to terrorists that we are wanting. And he said America had given more than $30 billion as the against counterterrorism support fund to Pakistan, and that is not going to happen. Also, as far as China is concerned, it is, I would say that Donald Trump is the first US president who was, willing to push back against China. Its national security strategy of 2017 clearly identified China as a systemic threat as far as the United States is concerned. And of course, this is one of the issues which brings India and the United States together, but also in the area of defense, security, Indo-Pacific, Quad, you name it. There are such a huge number of areas where there, congruence and convergence was established when Mr. Trump was the president, and I'm sure that is going to continue.
Right, thank you for highlighting the difference that we've seen under the watch of Joe Biden and under Donald Trump in the past. Mr. Krishna, Donald Trump had gone on to say that Indian students who are studying in the United States will be given green card visas because of the kind of education that they have in the United States, that they deserve to get that green card. Can we expect these kind of changes to come about? And what about Donald Trump's stand when it comes to immigration and when it comes to visas?
So that's what my quarrel with the Trump and his posturing to India. I have that quarrel with. On one hand, he has said that he'll be tight on immigration. He will not allow as many visas to professionals, including Indian professionals, because they are one of the biggest beneficiaries of U.S. visas. And when I'm told that when he was told that this will go against the Indian community, then he talked about some kind of a fast track green card system for Indian students studying there. So I think that's my only problem, with the way this election is poised with Trump, if media is to be believed, with the 95% chance of getting elected, going to the White House again. What has worked is his America First, policy, Americanism at the cost of globalism. As more and more nations, and especially the world's most powerful and number one economy, U.S., it is supposed to behave in a multilateral manner. He has behaved even in his campaign very unilaterally that only America matters, Americanism matters, America first. So which seems to have he's been able to strike a chord with the voters. Protectionism for domestic business, vis-a-vis global competition. So that has won. U.S. natives over migrants, that category has won. His indifference to the climate change, and relative, lower commitment of US as a country to meet the climate challenge, that has won. That is what bothers me. Unpredictability over predictability has won. In his last term, he had lowered the funding to the UN. Not that UN is a perfect organization; it needs to be restructured. But the fact is, it needs to be reformed. But he had US as the largest funder for UN and many of its agencies. Its funding may go down. So I think divisive and I'm sorry to use
these
that word to an
elections are
extent.
coming about at a time that we're seeing conflict, whether it's in Gaza or whether we're seeing conflict in Ukraine. How can things change going forward? Is Donald Trump's approach, how is that going to help the conflict that we're seeing? Can it change the situation when it comes to the world disorder that we're seeing?
So I have a feeling when it comes to Israel and Gaza, he would give Israel a little more free hand to deal with the crisis in the region. And that could be dangerous. That's my worry. And as far as Russia and Ukraine is concerned, Kamala Harris, her views were more pro-Ukraine. But with Donald Trump, it's very, very difficult to predict. Many times he has said that Putin is a great guy. He likes him, and so on and so forth. So which way the winds would blow for in so far as the U.S. stand over Russian aggression of Ukraine is concerned, only time will tell. But other policies of bullying China and aggression all the way, I think that is going to prevail, and that is what seems to have caught the fancy of American voters. And what can I say? I mean, may God bless America, and all the best to the Americans. That's all I can say. Almost it seems like having chosen for Trump.
And may Donald Trump keep up with that promise of automatic green cards for foreign students graduating from US colleges, in particular to Indian students studying there. Just stay with us. We're just slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more.
It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. Happens rains down in Africa.
Luckily, Liam got 0% interest for 21 months on all the wedding surprises he bought with his Barclay card. What you buy is your business. Helping you pay less interest is ours. Barclay card. Make money work for you.
Transform hard chairs and surfaces into comfy seats with Soft Sitter from JML. The lightweight and portable gel cushion that helps provide all-day comfort and support no matter where you sit. Its clever hexagonal honeycomb construction cushions, distributes and supports your weight. And its breathable design allows air to circulate, helping to keep you cool. Perfect for all types of seats or as a kneeling pad. Get the comfort and support you need with Soft Sitter. Only $14.99 from Asda, Argos, Boots, Tesco and JMLdirect.com.
Want more from your energy than just bills? Whoa! What? With OVO Beyond, you can save money on bills every month, get exclusive access to gigs, unlock a free boiler service, and bank greener rewards for tomorrow too. Nice. Switch to OVO and get our free energy savings account and unlock savings and discounts worth up to £1,000. Search OVO Beyond.
However your home uses the internet, EE has the perfect Wi-Fi for you. We've got full fiber for only $29.99 a month. Perfect for binging all your favorite shows with no upfront costs. Keep your whole home seamlessly connected with the UK's most reliable broadband technology, powered by BT. And if that's still not enough, you can upgrade to Wi-Fi 7, where everything you love works better. No wonder families choose EE. Search EE Broadband Deals.
At Direct Line, we know that for multi-property landlords, sometimes the tiniest of things can turn into way bigger problems. From niggly contract issues to keeping up with ever-changing legislation. That's why Direct Line's landlord insurance offers a 24/7 legal helpline as standard. Because a call with someone could help to make the hairiest of problems feel that little bit smoother. Search Direct Line Landlord Insurance. We're on it.
Foodies, gourmet
Gourmet Nature's Creations Gravy Heart is a meal made with heart. Outside a soft steam cooked mousse and inside a delicious gravy heart. With surprises like these, it's natural to get so many hearts. Gourmet Nature's Creations Gravy Heart by Purina. Buy now.
Save up to £220 on your home insurance. He's just used Confused. JustUsedConfused.com.
Well, it seems like Donald Trump is all set to become the next U.S. President in a race. Well, the race is still on, but it is Kamala Harris who's lagging behind at 214 versus Donald Trump at 267, who seems to be winning and leading in most of the swing states. We're talking about those 7 states in which Donald Trump is leading in all 6. In the 7th state of Nevada, counting is yet to begin. Well, we're talking about Donald Trump there leading the way, all set to return to the White House after that defeat to Joe Biden in the last term in 2020. We have with us Ashok Sajjanhar as well as Jayant Krishna back with us. Ashok Sajjanhar, let's just, compare Donald Trump and, when he was a president to Joe Biden when he was a president, the relationship that India's had with both the presidents. And going forward, what does this really mean as far as trade ties are concerned?
Yeah, excellent question, Divya. And I think I would say that the relations between India and the United States when Donald Trump was the president were excellent. When Joe Biden was the president, relations between the two countries were excellent. I think there were different challenges at those two different times. And both the leaders, Joe Biden and Trump, they worked together with India to deal with those challenges and to further strengthen that partnership. I think we need to keep in mind, Divya, that when Donald Trump came to power in January 2017, when he took the oath, and at that time, because he was following Barack Obama, against whom he seemed to have, some sort of anathema against him. So he changed many of the policies that Barack Obama had followed. You would recall whether it was the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, he went out of that. Whether it was the Paris Climate Accord, he went out of that. Whether it was the JCPOA, the Iranian nuclear deal, he went out of that. Even on the domestic front, Obamacare, he sort of stepped out of that. But as far as the account with India is concerned, he continued to strengthen it. He continued to grow it and take it forward. I already mentioned about his stance on Pakistan. We haven't seen any other U.S. president to take such a strong line and push back against Pakistan on the issue of terrorism as Donald Trump did. Also in the area of defense, in the area of collaboration between India and the United States on the subject of defense cooperation exercises, military exercises, etc. And similarly, in the case of Joe Biden also, we have seen that the relationship was very strong, very vibrant, and very, expansive. Whether it is in terms of operationalization of the Quad, because the Quad reinvigoration of the Quad had taken place, but then taking it forward, Joe Biden, he took oath in January 2021, and within 2 months we had the first summit of the Quad countries. In September we had the first in-person summit, and over the last 3.5 years we've seen that there have been 6 summits of this organization. And it means India's interest, it means also the US interest in terms of pushing back against China. We've also seen whether it is the ISET, the initiative for critical and emerging technologies, that has brought the two countries together, because India is focused on Atmanirbhar Bharat. India is focused on going forward to achieve Viksit Bharat 2047. So for that, we need to become manufacturing country. And when Prime Minister Modi was invited as the state guest to the United States in June of 2023, we signed all these agreements on manufacturers setting up a semiconductor enterprise industry in India. And Micron Inc. would invest about $850 million here and a total of $2.75 billion. In the area of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, robotics, all these new areas, both NSA from our side and Jake Sullivan from the other side, they have been working together on this. There are a number of areas also as far as India's presidency of G20 is concerned. That also was very significant. The support from the United States and Joe Biden was very significant in taking it forward to a successful conclusion. It was during Joe Biden's time that Prime Minister Modi was invited for the second time to address the joint session of the US Congress. So I think on both of these tenures, 4 years with Trump and about a little less than 4 years with Biden, our relations have continued to grow, have continued to expand, and the personal vibes and the personal rapport and chemistry between India and between Prime Minister Modi and these leaders has been very strong. Today, India is a much bigger economy. When possibly Trump came to power in 2017, India was possibly 8th or 9th largest economy in the world. Today is the 5th largest economy, going to become the 3rd largest economy. So I think the possibility and the prospects, potential of our cooperation over the next 4 years during the second term of Donald Trump, I think they are even greater, although I do recognize that he has identified India as the tariff king, and he said he is going to impose tariffs on India 10%, etc. And this is going to, in some way, have an adverse impact on India's economic growth and India's exports, which are an integral element of our GDP expansion. But that having been said, we know that Trump is transactional. I'm sure we can sort of engage him and enter into some sort of a deal, a mutually beneficial deal, a mutually beneficial arrangement, as we were able to do last time.
Right.
If you recall, we imported aircraft, we imported LNG from there, basically to bring down the tariff surplus, the trade surplus that India has with the United States. And I'm sure we can work together with Trump, both on trade as well as on strategic issues to mutual benefit and advantage.
Right. Mr. Krishna, of course, we do know Donald Trump's take when it comes to immigration, whether it comes to defense as well as trade, like Mr. Sajjanhar pointed out. But if Donald Trump was to become the next US president, what does this mean for India in terms of technology partnership, especially in terms of semiconductors, something that's been initiated under Biden's watch?
Yeah, absolutely. So, one hopes that, some of the initiatives which were embarked upon during Biden's time, especially the US-India initiative on critical and emerging technologies, the ISET, it hope it prospers and, it moves ahead. See, India today is a very, very critical country for any government, any president in the US to ignore, for two reasons. One, India fits very well as US's counter China strategy, from a economic standpoint as well as from a strategic standpoint, given the geopolitical, where in the world geography India is located, sharing its border with China, So I think nobody can ignore, but I think initiatives like these, initiatives like artificial intelligence, initiatives like, ISET I just spoke about, but even semiconductor, where India has embarked upon an important mission, and couple of major big ticket projects are at the different stages of getting negotiated and implemented. I think their continuity in the policy would be very, very important. Even the fighter, I mean the aircraft engine manufacturing, the tie-up between GE and India. I think that's something also has to see the light of the day. That's extremely important. And more importantly, I think Prime Minister Modi, if Trump becomes the president, which looks in all likelihood, he should negotiate and solicit a very, very direct support from Trump for India's emergence as an alternate manufacturing supply chain for people who are especially a lot of big American companies who are looking to locate part of their manufacturing supply chains at destination other than China. I think, although I understand it is not a political decision, it is always taken by the businesses. But a direct support from the political leadership would help India's cause in a very, very big manner because of a variety of reasons. So I hope that some of these initiatives which started during Joe Biden and Modi's time progressed rather than getting curtailed. That's very, very important because for India to grow, I think AI, defense manufacturing and semiconductor, quantum computing, they are very, very important areas. So I think India must, we must get down to business right from day one, rather than just keep on exchanging pleasantries. I think it's very important that India gets down to doing business once Trump is in White House.
Right, back in the White House, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Krishna and Mr. Sajjanhar, for speaking with us. And of course, our conversations will continue in the course of the day as the US elections. When can we really know who's really going to become the US president? I mean, of course, it seems like it is Donald Trump. When are the results really out? Well, it could take a little longer. It really depends on when the cast-in ballots will be counted. And of course, sometimes they come in just the night itself or the very next morning. But this time, it might just take a little while longer. Last time around, the elections were held on the 3rd of November. Do remember, elections are held only on a Tuesday, and that's a tradition that they've been following since 1845 as far as the US elections are concerned. And last time, from the 3rd of November, election results only came out on the 7th of November. Now, while we're talking about the Indian community in the United States, it's Suhas Subramanyam, who has made history as the first Indian American elected from Virginia as the Indian American Democrat who won the US House seat, making him the first Indian American congressman of the East Coast. He's spoken about working for the Indian American community and says he wants to be a congressman for everyone. Let's listen.
Congratulations, I'm standing next to the latest Indian American U.S. Congressman, Suhas Subramanyam, a Democrat. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, I really appreciate it.
How do you like the sound of that, Congressman Suhas Subramanyam?
Yeah, it's Congressman-elect, but yeah, I look forward to being sworn in, and I look forward to just being a voice. It's not about the title, it's about the service to the community.
Right, so Suhas, you will also be important to mention here to our viewers that you will now become the first Indian American congressman from the East Coast. Is that correct?
Yeah, in the South. And we have a big Indian American South Asian population here in our district in Northern Virginia, and so it's special, I know, to me and to many people. But I want to be a congressman for all Virginians. I want to be a voice for everyone, even the people that voted against me tonight. I want to make sure that we're just working together collaboratively. Even if we don't agree, it's really important that we bridge some of the divides in our politics.
It's going to be a tough ride, and you've probably thought about this. What if Donald Trump is in the White House and not Kamala Harris, and you're there in Congress?
I'll work with whomever is in the White House. I'll work with anyone to get things done for my community. It'll be a little harder with Donald Trump because I know he wants to fire federal workers in our district, and that's really, really difficult for our district. It's like a recession to us, and so I want to make sure we protect our economy if he's elected, but I hope that I can work collaboratively with his administration to move the needle forward for our district.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and And the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There you have it. Donald Trump declares victory as he addresses jubilant supporters. Trump praises Vice President nominee J.D. Vance, Melania Trump, Elon Musk and others in his speech. Trump says the golden age of America has arrived now after his victory. Reiterates his stand on immigration, which has been a key poll issue in the United States. He said, and I quote, that borders of America will be sealed immediately and no illegal migrant will be allowed in America from now on. Well, viewers, the unthinkable has happened, and opinion polls have been proved to be inaccurate yet again. Donald Trump, the former president, has secured another presidential victory. The development has sent shockwaves through Washington and across the globe. There you have it. Donald Trump addressing in Florida, making big remarks, saying God saved his life for a reason to make America bigger, bolder, safer, and more prosperous. Big statements coming after the victory speech that he just now delivered. My colleague Jennifer is also joining me from Florida. Jennifer, a very interesting speech. Before even the final results, we have Donald Trump ushering and declaring victory. As we can see, the numbers are also ruling in his favor. How is the support and the atmosphere in the US now? Take us through it.
Well, right here in Florida, it's very triumphant. There are Trump supporters everywhere. You'll see cars driving by, honking their horns. People have been coming down here all day. People were listening to that speech on the radios in their cars. There are Trump supporters walking down the street right now wearing their Make America Great Again hats. It's very triumphant mood here. Many came down here to see his motorcade pull into the convention center behind me and to listen to what he had to say. Many said they were confident. I spoke to a couple earlier this year who actually voted in Chicago this morning and then flew here to Florida, where they have another residence, to see Donald Trump, just to be here for the excitement. There was definitely a party atmosphere here. It's cleared out a little bit because we had a huge rainfall about a half an hour ago, which kind of cleared the streets a bit, but people are out and about again, and with the speech over, they're walking the streets again. Many people waving flags. A lot of people gathered down there where Donald Trump will presumably leave by motorcade and head back to Mar-a-Lago at some point, but right now inside that convention center celebrating. I think notable about that speech, we heard a lot of the normal Donald Trump stuff. He's going to work on immigration, make America great again. He said RFK would make America healthy again. Of course, RFK has been Robert Kennedy Jr. has been in the news of late and is presumed to be a front runner for a cabinet post if and when Donald Trump takes office early next year. But also Donald Trump sounded a very conciliatory note, saying that, you know, he wanted to bring people together and stop the divisions. That is something very new that we've seen moving forward with him, and of course it was a very, very divided campaign, a very, very divided battle. Donald Trump declaring victory where it seems all but certain, even though it has not been declared. And the move, like, you can hear the music. I'm not sure if you can hear the music to start playing here. The mood here very, very jubilant and upbeat.
Absolutely, Jennifer, and take us through how the day will look like for Donald Trump. It is night over there, but the morning is brighter for Donald Trump right now. How is he planning to take it forward? And do we know anything about Kamala Harris? She was supposed to address the reporters. Is she going to address it now, or is the plan still dull?
It's unclear. I believe Kamala Harris left her watch party in a somber mood. Pennsylvania has not been officially declared, and it might take a while to declare that. I'm not exactly sure what the Harris campaign will do. I'm sure Donald Trump will start making moves towards the presidency. What happens is, in the days and weeks and months ahead of January 20th, when a new president is sworn in, there's a transition between the old administration and the new administration. I'm sure Donald Trump will be vetting candidates. He's been talking to candidates for his cabinets and moving forward. Of course, he's done this once before. He's been president before. So it is a unique moment in history. J.D. Vance called it the greatest political comeback in American history, and perhaps that is so. But Donald Trump will return to the White House. So he is unlike other president-elects. He is not president-elect yet, but he would be unlike other president-elects in that he knows his way around the Oval Office. He knows his way around Washington. And the question is how he will navigate it this time.
Absolutely, and what remains on the priority list has to be also taken care of. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for joining us. Viewers, don't go anywhere. This is a rolling coverage here at NDTV. We are slipping into a very short break for now.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing. And that's exactly the way he'd want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we know everyone is different. That's why we offer funeral plans to funeral services that are personal, every step of the way.
We know travel can be confusing. That's why I use travelup.com. You can upgrade your seat, one way or return, increase your baggage allowance, filter by flight time, journey duration, and customer rating. And while you're away, TravelUp has you covered. From weather updates and on-demand taxi services to event and excursion tickets, all at your fingertips. Book now on travelup.com or call 0207 580 5000. TravelUp, flights, hotels, holidays.
जावेद साहब और आपकी जोड़ी जो आइकॉनिक जोड़ी मानी जाती है, उसका ख्याल किसको आया था?
उसका ख्याल ये आया कि हम साथ में काम कर रहे थे।
हाँ।
और यहाँ सिप्पी फिल्म्स के अंदर एक स्टोरी डिपार्टमेंट बनाया था उन्होंने, जो अपना रमेश सिप्पी ने। तो उसमें एक कमरा था, एक फ्लैट था, उसमें एक कमरा था, वहाँ हम लोग बैठ के काम करते थे। तो सब अपने अपने आइडियाज़ लाते थे, सब अपने अपने वो लेके आते थे प्लॉट, और उस पर काम करते थे। तो उसमें मैं और जावेद साहब ने कहा कि वहाँ चलते हैं, नौकरी ढूंढते हैं, इसलिए काम हम तो था नहीं। तो वी वेंट देयर। तो उन्होंने कहा कि कुछ सुनाइए, आपके पास कुछ हो। तो हमने अपने पास जो प्लॉट थे या जो भी क्या कैरेक्टर्स थे उसको सुना है। तो उन्होंने हमको 750 रुपये महीने पर रख लिया, समझे। और उसके बाद जो हमारी तरक्की होती जाएगी 7,500 से 10,000।
लेकिन स्टोरी के आइडियाज आपके ही आते थे?
जी,
स्टोरी आइडियाज आपके
स्टोरी आइडिया होते थे। सब फिर जो होते थे उनके जो राइटर्स थे वो बैठ के उसका कमरे में काम करके इसकी बनाते थे स्क्रिप्ट। उस ज़माने में वो पिक्चर वाली अंदाज़, हाँ, जिसमें राजेश खन्ना था, जिंदगी एक सफ़र है सुहाना,
ब्लॉकबस्टर
सुपर हिट गाना था, वो था। और उस ज़माने में बनी है सीता और गीता बनी है।
Borders, which of course he did when he was president the first time. One note is that he was conciliatory. He said he was going to heal the divisions in America. He thanked every American. A little more conciliatory than we've seen him in his campaign speeches, which have been quite bullish. But also one note that was common with his campaign speeches, he did go off on a tangent to talk about the landing of one of Elon Musk's rockets that was landed and caught by a gantry. That's a story that he's told before on his campaigns and went off today on a little tangent.
Absolutely, Jennifer. Thank you so much for summarizing that speech for us. I'm also being joined by a esteemed panel of guests with me here on NDTV. Irana Sakama, geopolitical analyst, Brahma Chalani, strategic affairs expert, and Ayanjit Sen, international affairs expert. Thank you all for joining me here at NDTV. Irina, if I can come to you first, is the election outcome surprising? And what factors do you think has contributed to Trump's victory?
Yes and no. It was a surprise in the sense that towards the end of the campaign, Trump seemed to be stumbling, making many missteps. The polls were very unclear, and it was really very actually difficult to predict who would actually pull out ahead. The election was so close, and there was so much noise going on that either result would have been in some ways a surprise. Trump's election is unique because he's only the second president to be re-elected after losing a consecutive term. So in that sense, it's also a huge comeback for him. And of course, the fact that he flipped two of the states he lost in 2020 is another major difference that makes this election unique. But the entire election was full of surprises, twists, and turns. Two assassination attempts, criminal investigations, trials, and even a guilty verdict in a felony. All of these combined factors make for an extremely unusual election, a whodunit of elections in some ways.
Right. Mr. Brahmacharani, how do you see this election result? Were you expecting this?
In 2016, when Donald Trump won, it came as a dramatic surprise to everyone. And his political comeback today is equally dramatic. No one expected that. Clearly, the polls that were being done in the US underestimated his strength. There is a rightward shift in American politics. Even in the traditionally Democratic states, Kamala Harris' margin of victory was far lower than that of Joe Biden in 2020. So clearly, the mood in the US has changed quite a bit. But I think internationally, Donald Trump's victory carries major implications because Joe Biden became the pro-war president and Trump has committed to ending the war in Ukraine. The US and its allies have funneled more than $200 billion of military and economic aid to Ukraine, but that aid has failed to turn the tide in the war. Russia continues to make incremental advances. It already holds nearly 1/5 of Ukraine's territory. So ending that war would also facilitate a mediating role for India because somebody has to intervene, some honest broker. And Modi has been ready to play the role of a broker, to broker a ceasefire. He went to Kyiv, he went to Moscow, he has met Putin a couple of times already this year. So he's in a position to broker a ceasefire. And now that Trump is likely to be the president and will be sworn in on January 20th, the US policy is likely to shift in favor of a ceasefire as a first step to ending this conflict. But Trump's political comeback is also good news for US-India relations. Now, rebuilding mutual respect and trust in the US-India relationship can begin because that respect and trust was shattered under the Biden presidency, especially as his cognitive decline became increasingly apparent and he ceded decision-making to members of his inner circle. And we have seen how this inner circle have tried to use leverage against India, raising human rights issues, playing the Khalistan card against India, trying to interfere in India's election earlier this year. That damage to the relationship will have to be repaired, and that requires rebuilding mutual respect and trust. Under Trump, that process can begin because when he was president from 2017 onward, US-India relations thrived. He put India at the center of his Indo-Pacific strategy.
Right.
And he has a good occasion with Prime Minister Modi. So it's very good news for US-India ties that Trump is returning as president.
Absolutely. Mr. Brahmacharani, thank you for that viewpoint. Ayanjit Sen, if I can come to you, how will Trump's victory impact international relations, particularly with countries that have been critical of his policies? Mr. Brahmacharani has highlighted how it is good for India, but how do other countries which have been critical of his policies see this victory, and how will this, translate into geopolitical situation?
Well, I think, first of all, going by what Don Masters tweeted earlier as a game, set, and match for Donald Trump. Now, in terms of the international stuff that's going on around, in terms of what's happening, especially in terms of the violence that's going on in different parts of the world, I think what Trump administration will be planning to do, as he had said earlier in his election speeches as well, is that he wants those wars to end. Now, there are several countries which have been critical of the US, despite whether Trump is in power or Biden. So from that perspective, even if Trump comes, I think there would be, he will try his level best to kind of mediate way throughs in terms of diplomatic channels, because that's the only way. In fact, the US is going to anyway now take a balancing shift, because it's not just India, but even, for example, Bangladesh. Now, he had made a speech 2 days back, or 2 or 3 days back, about what's happening in Bangladesh. Now, even in places like there, in those countries as well, the similar kind of thing may be seen, because the situation is going to change. And as Mr. Chalani had earlier pointed out, that this mediating role for India is not, may not just happen only in Ukraine, but also in Bangladesh in a different way, not mediating in a way, but will have an upper hand, no doubt. But to do with other countries specifically, I would say there would be a surprise as far as Russia is concerned, that's for sure. And, you would see a paradigm shift, no doubt on that.
Right. Before I take this conversation any further, let's rewind and replay what Donald Trump just said while he was addressing a jubilant crowd in Florida, declaring his victory. Take a look.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance, because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Irina, how would you reflect on the campaign strategies on both sides? Or let's just say, what Harris could have done better to, translate her campaign into a victory campaign, a winning campaign?
Now, there is a couple of factors. First factor is that there are long-standing political trends that were only exacerbated by Harris and her attitude to the campaign, which is that there were many different groups, traditional Democrats, African American and Hispanic men, Muslim Americans, many others, who have been turning away from the Democratic Party little by little over time. And this election really called it in because rather than reflect on the past mistakes, these voters were being taken for granted. They were not being engaged in real conversations. There were no clear paths to solutions to their problems or concerns. They were basically used as props, or at least many of them felt that way. So if you will look at the breakdown in the votes, you will see that the vote Trump has is popular and not just electoral. He did receive a huge amount of support, and a lot of it comes from all these people that he picked up. The Trump campaign, although it was all over the place in many ways and sometimes had completely contradictory messaging, some of the messaging was outright racist, nevertheless took the time to engage with specific communities and to, in many ways, engage them in their own language. For instance, to use a specific example, he brought members of a Muslim American community on stage with him, understanding the cultural importance of showing that sort of public, visible respect and interest. Harris, on the other hand, also tried to appeal to Muslim American communities, but in a way that did not reflect deeper understanding of the issues, but rather catered to the loudest activists and also to her assumptions about what their interests were. And a lot of these interests were not about foreign policies, one might expect, but about domestic issues, economy, education. And many of these communities were socially conservative, and they were concerned about the amount of quote-unquote woke messaging coming from the Democrats. There was never an effort to engage and to put to rest some of these concerns. But aside from that longer and broader issue that concerns not only Biden and Harris, but before them Obama and many other Democrats, Harris herself failed to take into account her own mistakes from 2020 that cost her the primaries among Democrats. She failed to develop any sort of her own distinctive tone or messaging. She failed to distinguish herself from Biden.
Right.
And in that way, she fixated excessively on Trump, and she didn't offer something positive for people to latch onto.
Absolutely. Anjit saying, what economic implications can be expected from Trump's victory? We are already seeing how markets are reacting positively after Trump is leading in all states.
Well, as Trump has had earlier said, as far as the trade part is concerned, that we give the highest, putting the highest tariffs on foreign products and, of course, the reciprocal tax as well. Now, but from that perspective, it depends as not just within the US, but especially if we see down here in Asia as well, India specifically, I would say that two things could happen definitely. That the market would look up, number one, but number two, and most importantly, from a trade perspective, this Trump's continuous push, I think, with the couple from China could actually open now new avenues for India as a manufacturing hub. And I think the Howdy Modi and the Namaste Trump, both these cornerstones of the camaraderie that India and the US enjoys together.
Absolutely. Irina, if I can ask you, how would you describe the influence and impact of Elon Musk on the polls?
Elon Musk certainly knows how to attract his own crowd, he still has a lot of support from outside the hardcore Republican Party, assorted libertarian types, many people who are registered Democrats, but nevertheless share a lot of the same concerns as Trump voters, who are more economically focused and less concerned about some of the social issues, would still support somebody like him or look to him as an example. Towards the end of the campaign, a lot of the industry professionals gravitated towards Trump. The energy sector, increasing numbers of tech sector giants, and other business investors. So Elon Musk, whatever, despite the many controversies over Twitter and some of his and /X and his other policies, still remains very respected in terms of his successes in many areas and still admired by a lot of people. So I do think that his role in amplifying the Trumpian messaging and some of his agendas and kind of echoing a lot of it and certainly donating money did not go unheeded. I think just as the Democrats used influencers of various sorts and celebrities and Hollywood types and singers, Elon Musk was that sort of pop culture reference to bring together younger Republicans and kind of also many people from outside the party, independents, and even some Democrats who were looking for something different from Biden's policies.
Absolutely, Irina. And as we speak, congratulatory messages have started pouring in from Israeli Prime Minister to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And he says, and I quote, "Heartiest congratulations, my friend Donald Trump, on your historic election victory. As you build on the successes of your previous term, I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen the India-US comprehensive global and strategic partnership. Together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability and prosperity." That's the first reaction coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is wishing and congratulating new US President, soon going to be Donald Trump. That is the reaction coming in. Congratulatory messages have started trickling in as Donald Trump is clearly leading in the US elections. He has hit the 270 mark, which was needed as Harris falters in elections. Trump has declared his victory in the speech. He has thanked everybody, and the clear focus is back on making America great again. That's what he has said. Ayanjit Sen, we are looking at how Prime Minister Narendra Modi is congratulating Donald Trump. How do you see India and America ties going forward?
Well, as I had said before, the camaraderie between Donald Trump and our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we all saw how the Howdy Modi and the Namaste Trump, which was definitely a cornerstone during the last presidential part of Donald Trump from 2017 onwards. But more than anything else, the strategic objectives for both countries will now match further.
Right.
And especially with China, as far as the Asia-Pacific part is concerned, from that perspective, I think it would be a great handshake once again, but a firmer handshake, no doubt on that.
Absolutely.
Going ahead.
Absolutely. Ayanjit, I'll just take a quick comment from my colleague Maria Shakil, who is joining me right now. Maria, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is congratulating Donald Trump. Take it away.
So, and he has posted a number of pictures of him with the 47th President of the United States, where it, of course, includes the Howdy Modi event and multiple other events, be it which happened in America and also the events which happened in India as well. If you remember, Donald Trump had traveled to India, and in Ahmedabad, a massive event was organized. Prime Minister Modi is saying that he is, of course, his friend, and the words that he has used is, "As you build on the successes of your previous term, I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen the India-US comprehensive global and strategic partnership. Together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability, and prosperity. Let me just underline the fact that Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump do have a great working equation, and we have seen how the two leaders, based on their personality connect, have had a lot of achievables as well in those 4 years when Donald Trump was the president and the prime minister was the Prime Minister of India here. So what we have seen is that it will be more of a continuity on where they left. That's what Prime Minister Modi has said, and he is joining the world leaders in congratulating the 47th President of the United States.
Maria, thank you so much for giving those updates. I thank my esteemed panel of guests as well, Ayanjit and Irina. Thank you so much. Viewers, this was the US biggest mandate and you were watching it with NDTV. We're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola. However your home uses the internet, EE has the perfect Wi-Fi for you. We've got full fiber for only $29.99 a month. Perfect for binging all your favorite shows with no upfront costs. Keep your whole home seamlessly connected with the UK's most reliable broadband technology. Powered by BT. And if that's still not enough, you can upgrade to Wi-Fi 7, where everything you love works better. No wonder families choose EE. Search EE Broadband Deals.
This is Amy's first Christmas on the streets. She thought it couldn't be worse here than the abuse she suffered at home. But now she's cold, hungry, and desperate to find somewhere safe to stay. No young person should be forced to spend Christmas like this. What does it take to get Amy off the streets this Christmas? It starts with a Salvation Army and a Christmas gift from you. Will you call 0800 083 6633 and give £19? Your gift means we can give young homeless people a warm welcome out of the cold. Christmas food and cheer, and a helping hand to find somewhere safe to live. So this Christmas, will you help us give Amy a fresh start off the streets? Call the Salvation Army on 0800 083 6633 to give £19 now. Thank you.
We know travel can be confusing, so let us inspire you. Welcome to Qatar. Experience it all. World-class hospitality, diverse landscapes from city to sea, and fly there with the Airline of the Year 2022, Qatar Airways. Book now at travelup.com or call 0207 580 5000. Travel Up, flights, hotels, holidays.
Save up to £523 on your car insurance. He's just used Confused. JustUsedConfused.com.
Want more from your energy than just bills? Whoa! What? With OVO Beyond, you can save money on bills every month, get exclusive access to gigs, unlock a free boiler service, and bank greener rewards for tomorrow too. Nice. Switch to OVO and get our free energy savings account and unlock savings and discounts worth up to £1,000. Search OVO Beyond.
At Direct Line, we know that for multi-property landlords, sometimes the tiniest of things can turn into way bigger problems. From niggly contract issues to keeping up with ever-changing legislation. That's why Direct Line's landlord insurance offers a 24/7 legal helpline as standard. Because a call with someone could help to make the hairiest of problems feel that little bit smoother. Search Direct Line Landlord Insurance. We're on it.
Some people think life slows down in your 50s, but I'm just getting started. And I don't want my lot to have to worry about funeral costs. Let them spend their money on nicer things. So I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. They're the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. Unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years, with Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one. And you're covered for the whole of your life. Unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Go online or talk to their friendly UK team in just one phone call. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period and no annoying trips to the doctors either.
Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Now I'm with Cover Today, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To find out more about Cover Today, call our friendly UK team on 0800 470 4474 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma, but so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pomelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 021 3925 and giving £2 a month to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 021 3925, text C7 to 82727, or go online and give just £2 a month now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing. And that's exactly the way he'd want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we know everyone is different. That's why we offer funeral plans to funeral services that are personal, every step of the way.
From interesting tech startups to industry-leading companies, politics, sports, culture, curry, cricket. Oh, there's so much to talk about. Like me, if you too thrive on interesting conversations, this is a show you cannot miss. Watch this space to know more about all matters and all people that make Britain what it is today. Out of Britain, with me, Radhika Iyer.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Up first, all the news from the US as Donald Trump is poised for a victory. Let's take a look at the headlines.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Donald Trump gets a landslide victory. God spared my life for a reason, he says in his first address. He says this is the golden age of America as he addresses all his supporters. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates Donald Trump. He posts on social media looking forward to our renewed collaboration. And global markets are up as markets cheer the US election leads and the certainty that the US elections are showing. All right, so that is the big international headline. Let's take a look at what else is making news. And the Foreign Secretary to brief the parliamentary panel headed by Congress MP Shashi Tharoor on external affairs on the India-Canada ties that will be taking place right now. Mysuru Lokayukta police questions Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the Muda case. The police are investigating the Chief Minister's role in allotment of 14 Muda housing sites to his wife in 2021. After the Mahayuti, now MVA to release poll guarantees for Maharashtra ahead of the assembly elections. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi will be in Maharashtra to launch the poll manifesto. NCP, meanwhile, releases manifesto for Baramati. And concerning news on tiger conservation, as a third of Ranthambore tigers are said to have gone missing, have not been seen in the last 1 year. The Rajasthan government sets up a probe committee which will investigate the disappearance and give its report in 2 months' time. Our top story now, and poised for a landslide win, Donald Trump thanked his supporters and described it as a magnificent victory for the American people. He also referred to the July 13th assassination attempt and said, "God spared my life for a reason." The 78-year-old is currently projected to win 267 Electoral College votes, and in fact, he has reached 270 now. And the opponent, incumbent Vice President Kamala Harris, is currently at 224. Describing the Republican campaign as the greatest political movement of all time, Trump said, "We're going to help our country heal, fix our borders. We made history for a reason tonight." He reiterated his stand on immigration, which has been a key issue in the U.S. election, saying that borders of America will be sealed immediately and no illegal immigrants will be allowed in America from now on. Trump said the Democrats are now looking at a massive electoral score. In fact, and that's what Trump said about his promises in terms of what he said during the election campaign. Donald Trump declared victory just a short while ago, and as we said, he reiterated that this is the golden age of America, this as he's hit 270 Electoral College votes.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far, and right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell.
And earlier we spoke to reporter Jennifer Glass, who's there in Florida, just outside the center where Trump made those remarks. Let's listen in.
Right here in Florida, it's very triumphant. There are Trump supporters everywhere. You'll see cars driving by, honking their horns. People have been coming down here all day. People were listening to that speech on the radios in their cars. There are Trump supporters walking down the street right now wearing their Make America Great Again hats. It's very triumphant mood here. Many came down here to see his motorcade pull into the convention center behind me and to listen to what he had to say. Many said they were confident. I spoke to a couple earlier this year who actually voted in Chicago this morning and then flew here to Florida, where they have another residence, to see Donald Trump, just to be here for the excitement. There was definitely a party atmosphere here. It's cleared out a little bit because we had a huge rainfall about a half an hour ago, which kind of cleared the streets a bit, but people are out and about again, and with the speech over, they're walking the streets again. Many people waving flags. A lot of people gathered down there where Donald Trump will presumably leave by motorcade and head back to Mar-a-Lago at some point, but right now inside that convention center celebrating. I think notable about that speech, we heard a lot of the normal Donald Trump stuff. He's going to work on immigration, make America great again. He said RFK would make America healthy again. Of course, RFK has been Robert Kennedy Jr. has been in the news of late and is presumed to be a front runner for a cabinet post if and when Donald Trump takes office early next year. But also Donald Trump sounded a very conciliatory note, saying that, you know, he wanted to bring people together and stop the divisions. That is something very new that we've seen moving forward with him.
All right, Donald Trump, they're poised for victory, and that seems like a given. Let's go across to our guest now. We're joined by Dileep Sinha, former permanent representative of India to the United Nations office at Geneva, Prabhu Dayal, former diplomat, and Pramit Makoday, co-founder, Boston Center of Excellence for Human Development. Thank you all for joining us. And first to you, Ambassador Sinha, your reaction to these developments. It wasn't close. All the polls got it wrong, it seems, once again. And Donald Trump, it seems, is headed for this massive victory.
Yes, this is quite a remarkable result, a first in many respects. This is the first time that a president, first time in over a century, that a president who had lost the election comes back for a term. You have to go back more than a century to find Grover Cleveland, who had come back as 22nd and then 24th president. It raises questions about America's willingness to accept, number one, a woman president. You have seen Hillary Clinton lose. Now you have Kamala Harris losing. It raises questions about whether America is willing to have a person of color. Well, we have had Barack Obama as president, so perhaps that is not a question, but perhaps a woman of color is certainly a question that needs to be raised. Then this is the first time in a number of years that the Republican candidate is getting a clear majority, as over 50% of the popular votes. Donald Trump's popular votes have been going up in the last 3 elections. So he's been very dogged about this, but it also raises questions about whether America's traditional vote support base of the Democrats and Republicans is changing. And we need to look at that as well. To understand if because of the changing demography, changing economy, the support base of the two political parties is changed, or is it only the Trump effect, or is it perhaps the Kamala Harris effect? But all these questions will need to be analyzed very soon while we come to terms with the fact that Donald Trump is back.
That's right. I think we'll be analyzing them for quite some time. Ambassador Dayal, your comments, and also what does this mean for India?
Well, first of all, let me tell you that I recently spent 2 months in the United States and met people from all sections of society. I found that there was widespread disappointment about the Biden administration's failure to tackle some important problems which were affecting the common person. Firstly, inflation. Secondly, housing. And thirdly, illegal immigration. People were not at all happy that the cost of living continued to rise and that the government was not being able to check this. Secondly, there was a high rate of mortgage which people were resenting. The mortgage rates had gone up a couple of years ago, but the expectation was that these rates would be brought down. But the rates still continued to be very high. And this affected the ability of people to buy houses for themselves. So there came about an increased demand for rent. So at the same time, rents began to go up. So the housing situation was something that was affecting a lot of people. And then this whole phenomenon of illegal migration. Although the Biden administration tried to find solutions, but it was not successful in doing so. While on the other hand, Donald Trump kept saying that he will bring the prices down, that he will resolve the housing crisis, that he will build a wall at the border and prevent illegal migrants from coming in. So here was somebody who was prepared to take action. And recently, this is about 3 weeks ago, Kamala Harris was interviewed on a very famous channel called The View. And she was asked this question, what would she do which would be different from whatever had been done by the Biden administration? And she said, nothing at all. No, nothing at all. This didn't go down well with the voters because they want to see a change in policy. They want to see decisive action being taken. At the same time, there were a lot of people who were not happy about America's continued support to Ukraine with expensive weaponry for fighting against Russia.
Right.
People thought that America should make efforts to end this war because, after all, who was paying for these expensive weapons? People said the taxpayer was. So there was disappointment about the Biden administration's ability to end this particular conflict. And in fact, people thought that the support which Biden was given, and therefore Kamala Harris too, to the Ukrainian efforts to continue the fight against Russia was hurting
All
the taxpayer.
right. Well, interesting.
Then about India, I just want to say a word about India.
Yes.
You know, the Indian American community is divided. There are some people who have been supporters of the Democratic Party, some of the Republican Party. But recently, when Donald Trump said that he would certainly take up this matter with Bangladesh regarding the inhumane treatment and the violence against Hindus, that went down very well with the Indian American community because the Biden administration, including Harris, had been seen to be conspicuous by not taking proper action when this sort of a human rights violation and such violence was being carried out against Hindus. So these were factors, and certainly I think that this particular development which has taken place, Trump returning after a gap of 4 years to the White House, will certainly make some difference in regard to the internal and external policies of the United States.
All right. Well, clearly, Ambassador Dayal, you've given it great thought and, many different factors that you think have led to Donald Trump's this return of his. But let's go across now to Pramit Makoday for, what he has to say since he's there and about the Indian community there in the United States. It's interesting. We also just spoke about Russia because I'm just seeing in one of the updates that the Russian embassy denies accusations of Moscow's meddling in U.S. elections. So I think that is one of those, things that has been talked about around Trump. But yes, Pramit, your reading of this election result, all the polls got it wrong, and not so much the big ideas as to the basics is what people were voting about. As Ambassador Dayal said there, it's about high inflation and cost of housing, etc. All that. Also, Donald Trump in his speech did sound very conciliatory. He spoke about let's make America healthy again as well.
So I think both the panelists have very rightly said that, see, the main issues were the inflation and the economy. That is on the priority number one on everybody's mind, or most of the voters' mind. Inflation has gone off the roof. In last 4 years, as I'm here, when you used to go to a restaurant, like two guys will go to a restaurant, you spend $50, $60, and that you will get a very good meal. But now, in 4 years, you have to spend more than $100 for the same thing. So it has almost doubled. You go to grocery store, it's same thing. That earlier you used to spend probably $100 for every week for a family of 3 or 4. Now you have to spend $150 to $200. So the common man has started pinching every step of the way because of the inflation. And the war, again, the common people are not for war, and they directly link war with inflation, and which is true also. War and inflation are directly linked, and there were no concrete steps taken by Biden administration to stop the wars. And Trump was very clear that in next, probably in 100 days, he says that the moment he takes over as presidency, he will be able to end both the wars or at least one of the wars. So that ending war is resonating with people. He could handle inflation and economy much better. That is very clear with the people. Second, illegal immigration. Now he has very articulate in explaining the illegal immigrants problem, how Biden administration has failed in stopping the immigrants. And in his first term, he was talking about building a wall. And that was also very well communicated. He's a master communicator, but we all should accept it. He used to communicate in a manner that the general public used to very easily understand. And I think he's going to do, he's also a man who walked the talk. So he's going to take certain very concrete steps around inflation, around ending the war, and mass deportation, or at least stopping the illegal immigrants. So people started believing in it. There is one point which was going against Republican, that was on abortion. And that's the reason you are seeing that what you're seeing the results. It's not too apart. Like Democrats are getting, say, 47%, Republicans are getting 53% in some state. It is 48, 52. So in the swing state, it is quite close. And that is mostly because of that abortion issue. If that abortion issue would not have been there, this margin would have been much bigger, and Republican and Trump would have won with a much larger margin. And in Indian community also, there was, again, great resentment that our hard-earned money, as I say, that 1% of Indians are not in huge number in America. We are only 1.5%. But 1 or 1.5% of Indians, we pay almost 6% of American taxes. 6% of American taxes by 1%, and that tax is being spent on illegal immigrants and other government programs, which is not liked by Indians. So again, many of the Indians were for Trump and Republican, but women, there was a substantial number of Indian women who were voting for Kamala Harris, one being she is from Indian origin, second, she was supporting the issue of abortion, where the choice should be with the woman. So with all these issues, I think what we are seeing was quite somewhat expected. If you look at it, the betting market was already betting on Trump. And I think what results we have seen is more or less expected as per my understanding goes.
All right, thank you.
However your home uses the internet, EE has the perfect Wi-Fi for you. We've got full fiber for only $29.99 a month. Perfect for binging all your favorite shows with no upfront costs. Keep your whole home seamlessly connected with the UK's most reliable broadband technology. Powered by BT. And if that's still not enough, you can upgrade to Wi-Fi 7, where everything you love works better. No wonder families choose EE. Search EE Broadband Deals.
At Direct Line, we know that for multi-property landlords, sometimes the tiniest of things can turn into way bigger problems. From niggly contract issues to keeping up with ever-changing legislation. That's why Direct Line's landlord insurance offers a 24/7 legal helpline as standard. Because a call with someone could help to make the hairiest of problems feel that little bit smoother. Search Direct Line Landlord Insurance. We're on it.
It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. Happens to rains down in Africa.
Luckily, Liam got 0% interest for 21 months on all the wedding surprises he bought with his Barclaycard. What you buy is your business.
Helping you pay less interest is ours. Barclaycard. Make money work for you.
Want more from your energy than just bills? Whoa! What? With OVO Beyond, you can save money on bills every month, get exclusive access to gigs, unlock a free boiler service, and bank greener rewards for tomorrow too. Nice. Switch to OVO and get our free energy savings account and unlock savings and discounts worth up to £1,000. Search OVO Beyond.
This year, so many people won't be home for Christmas. Not everyone has a place to call home, with the comfort of a warm bed and a roof over their heads. Or somewhere safe to wake up on Christmas morning. Not everyone has a loving family to share their Christmas day. As we celebrate in our own homes this Christmas, please think of those without a home to call their own and help the Salvation Army reach out to them this Christmas. Just £19 could help us give people a fresh start off the streets, bring comfort and support to families in poor housing, and get youngsters like Jake started with a place to call home. So please, think of those with no home this Christmas and call 0800 840 1234 to give £19 to the Salvation Army. Thank you.
Will not be charged at the same high rate of excise duty as the Chinese products. Then, we must remember that the revival of Quad was done when Donald Trump was president. He saw Chinese territorial expansion as a very dangerous phenomena.
Right.
And he came up with this idea of reviving Quad and making it more visible and to promote interaction amongst the Quad leaders. So he has this in mind, that the danger from China. Now hold on. At the same time, we come to this important question about Russia-Ukraine. How will he end it? There are plenty of indications given by Donald Trump in regard to his foreign policy, particularly during his earlier term, which gave us an idea. See, Donald Trump is not a great supporter of NATO. In fact, he had wanted to pull out of NATO. And he had stayed on, but he was unhappy that many of the NATO members were not paying their subscriptions. So he had insisted that if they don't pay the subscription, he would walk out of NATO. He made it clear America doesn't need NATO. Now, he was never in favor of NATO allowing Ukraine to become a member. He was opposed to Ukrainian membership. So, if any negotiated settlement is found, it will be if Donald Trump is able to assert his authority and make sure that this entire issue of Ukraine joining NATO is put on the back burner, that Ukraine doesn't become a member of NATO, and at the same time, there is an end to the weapon supplies from the United States, because that will discourage NATO to continue fighting.
All right, so interesting times ahead. I'm very sorry, I'll have to wrap it there. I'm completely out of time, but thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on the program. And yes, I think we'll be analyzing this victory for some time now. And, you know, once again, the polls getting it wrong, but the markets are definitely cheering the return of Donald Trump, or perhaps the certainty of the result in the United States. Well, let's go across to Sakshi Bajaj for more on that. Sakshi, over to you.
Absolutely. Global markets celebrating Donald Trump's return to the White House. We have seen Dow futures surge, Asian markets gain firmly in trade, and the Nifty and the Sensex also extend those gains sharply. So global markets really celebrating Donald Trump's victory as of now. We have, of course, seen, you know, analysts also say that, look, this could mean geopolitical concerns easing even faster than anticipated, which will, of course, bode well for oil prices. Remember, analysts also saying saying that, look, while geopolitical concerns also will be at center stage, and those concerns easing really will be at center stage and a critical point there, they also feel with Donald Trump's return to the White House, pro-business policies really could be seen far quicker. They feel that manufacturing and renewable energy sectors could be in the spotlight, and more importantly for India really, they feel the tech sector and the finance sector at large will also see quite a lot of focus, and that could bode well for India going forward.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma, but so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pomelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 038 4926 and giving £1 a week to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 038 4926. Text C13 to 82727 or go online and give just £1 a week now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
We know travel can be confusing, so let us inspire you. Welcome to Qatar. Experience it all. World-class hospitality, diverse landscapes from city to sea, and fly there with the Airline of the Year 2022, Qatar Airways. Book now at travelup.com or call 0207 580 5000. Travel Up, flights, hotels, holidays.
I've been thinking, I want to plan my funeral so it feels more like a celebration. My parents always said I was born dancing. I just love it. Bhangra, disco, even line dancing. So when my time comes, I want to have music, dancing, the lot.
With over 150 years' experience, you can count on Co-op Funeral Care to help you pre-plan the funeral you want. To find out more, visit Co-op Funeral Care or give us a call.
Family life. It's made of ups and downs, and those little moments. But should the unthinkable happen to you? Life insurance from Legal & General can help look after monthly bills, the roof over their heads, childcare costs, and most importantly, your family. Because no one protects more families in the UK than us. Premiums start from £5 a month and they never rise. Plus there's a £120 gift card after you apply. Legal & General. Ensure life goes on.
Join me and the Style Squad. Shop now exclusively at Freeman's.
From interesting tech startups to industry-leading companies, politics, sports, culture, curry, cricket. Oh, there's so much to talk about. Like me, if you too thrive on interesting conversations, this is a show you cannot miss. Watch this space to know more about all matters and all people that make Britain what it is today. Out of Britain, with me, Radhika Iyer.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
And Donald Trump all set to be the next president of the United States. Well, Donald Trump says God spared his life for a reason, referring to the assassination bid on the 13th of July this year, calling it a magnificent victory for the American people. He's saying this is a golden age of America and he will fight with his last breath for the people of the United States. And Prime Minister Modi has sent out congratulatory messages to Donald Trump, saying that he's looking forward to renewing their collaboration. And of course, the reflection of which is also seen as far as markets are concerned. The global markets cheer as US election with Donald Trump there winning that election. He is definitely in the lead. And let's just get you other main stories that we'll be focusing on. In headlines today, we have Foreign Secretary to brief parliamentary panel on the India-Canada ties. So the Foreign Secretary to brief the parliamentary panel headed by Congress MP Shashi Tharoor on the external affairs, particularly the India-Canada ties. And Lokayukta Police have questioned Karnataka Chief Minister in the Mudda case. It's the Chief Minister who's gone on to say that he was questioned. They put it down on a file, and he's also gone on to say this is nothing but vendetta politics all over again. After Mahayuti, now MBA to release its poll guarantees for Maharashtra, and Congress MP Rahul Gandhi there in Maharashtra today. A third of Ranthambore tigers are missing, and the Rajasthan government has set up a probe committee to investigate the disappearance of 25 tigers in the last 1 year. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vatra. Let's get to your top story, and that's the Lokayukta Police that questioned Karnataka's Chief Minister Subramanyam in the Muda scam case today. The questioning took place in Mysuru, and it was the first time that the Chief Minister was questioned in the case. Now, besides him, his wife and his brother-in-law and others have been named in an FIR. As the Chief Minister was questioned in the Lokayukta office, do remember it was his wife Parvati who was questioned earlier by the Lokayukta officials. The BJP workers were protesting outside, pushing for the resignation of the Chief Minister of Karnataka.
ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಪೊಲೀಸರು, ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಕೇಳಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸತ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅವರೇ ಇದೊಂದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ದೊಂಬರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತಾನು ಸಾಚ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಶೋಭೆ ತರೋದಲ್ಲ. ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಿದ್ದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರು ಸೇರಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಸಹ ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇದನ್ನು CBIಗೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಸತ್ಯಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಹೊರಬರಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಳುಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಬಯಲಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದರೆ CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿದಾಗ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ನನ್ನ ತೆರೆದ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ನಂದು ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಿದ್ದರೆ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಬದಲು CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು. ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತನೇನು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
And we have my colleague Pratibha joining us on the phone line to get us more on this. Pratibha, of course, visuals on our screen of Subramanyam who reached the Lokayukta office early this morning in Mysuru. He's gone on to say that they filed a case, but it's absolutely false. It's political vendetta all over again. But we just heard Yediyurappa say that the case should be transferred to the CBI, just like he's saying those are the sentiments that are being echoed by the complainant who's been demanding the same.
Well, it is indeed a political flashpoint between the BJP as well as the Congress for quite some time as far as the Muda issue is concerned. These allegations have been haunting Chief Minister Subramanyam, and for the first time he's been questioned by one of the investigating agencies, and that is the Lokayukta. The interrogation lasted for about 2.5 hours, and soon after which Subramanyam did mention that he has provided all the answers and that this is still a false case that has been leveled against him. While the Congress government has been maintaining this ever since the allegations surfaced, the BJP has been going hammer and tongs, one, demanding his resignation, and two,
Right, so visuals on your screen of the Chief Minister of Karnataka being questioned, in fact, by Lokayukta. There you can see visuals while he was entering the office there, and he was questioned. He said a file has been made, and he calls it a false case, a political vendetta at best. And of course, Yediyurappa there demanding that the case be shifted to the CBI. Do remember that the ED has also searched various locations. The Enforcement Directorate there also, involved in the matter regarding the money laundering in this very case. So the ED has also filed a money laundering case against Siddaramaiah and others. And switching tracks to poll-bound state of Maharashtra, where Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, has begun his poll campaigning in the state, starting from Nagpur. And of course, he is also in Mumbai today. This will be when the MVA will be announcing its manifesto. However, just before that, it was UBT that has unveiled 5 poll promises. The Shiv Sena chief, Uddhav Thackeray, said that the MVA government, once formed in the state, he's very hopeful and confident of a win, says that they will ensure that prices of 5 essential food items, including sugar, pulses, as well as grains, they'll be kept under check. Now, Uddhav Thackeray's poll promises, those came just about a few hours after the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde announced Mahayuti's 10 poll promises. That includes hike support for poor women, pensioners, as well as farmers. Meanwhile, the NCP has also released its election guarantees and a separate manifesto for Baramati.
A lot of poll promises and SOPs being offered by both Mahayuti as well as MVA. In fact, yesterday Eknath Shinde promised 10 poll guarantees in Kolhapur. In fact, it involved financial assistance to women. We know for a fact that there had been a Ladki Behan scheme which involved giving women 1,500 per month. Eknath Shinde there, in fact, promising to increase the financial assistance to 2,100 per month if Mahayuti comes back to power. Besides that, of course, farm loan waiver and also more pension support for senior citizens, as well as creation of more jobs and stabilizing prices for essential commodities are some of the poll guarantees as far as Mahayuti is concerned. This is something that Eknath Shinde in his speech said in Kolhapur yesterday. But at the same time, Uddhav Thackeray also making a slew of poll promises on behalf of MVA, which again included financial assistance in terms of free education for girls and boys, recruitment of more women cops, and also stabilizing of essential prices of essential commodities, as well as a farm loan waiver and affordable homes to residents of Maharashtra, especially in Mumbai. So multiple guarantees, SOPs being given out by both the Mahayuti as well as MVA. We know for a fact that Rahul Gandhi is in Maharashtra today. He will be in Nagpur in just a bit, after which he will be in Mumbai for a public rally where he will be giving out a poll guarantee card of sorts, and more guarantees will be presented when all the MVA leaders will be part of that particular rally. Rahul Gandhi will be accompanied by Mallikarjun Kharge as well as Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar and several other top leaders of MVA. So more guarantees there. There could be an announcement of caste-based census, more farm loan waiver and also a counter to the Ladki Behan scheme as well. So guarantees after guarantees, but will that translate into votes? Will that really woo voters of Maharashtra and translate into votes? That remains to be seen.
Right, thank you so much, Radhika, for those details. And it's Ajit Pawar, a 7-time Baramati MLA and 5-time Deputy Chief Minister, released the manifesto in Baramati for the state and especially for the constituencies. The NCP's manifesto consists of 11 new promises. It talks about increasing the old age pension from 1,500 to 2,100 per month. Ajit Pawar has also said that the new Maharashtra vision will be presented within the first 100 days of the government formation, and the manifestos were released simultaneously in different cities, while State President Sunil Tatkare also released the manifesto in Mumbai and Working President Praful Patel released it in Gondia. Let's listen in to Sunil Tatkare.
मुझे विश्वास है कि महाराष्ट्र एक प्रोग्रेसिव स्टेट है। जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र की सरकार ने 2.5 साल महाराष्ट्र की जनता के पास नई योजना, चाहे वो व्यक्तिगत स्वरूप की हो, सार्वजनिक स्वरूप की हो, वो देने की कोशिश की है। हमने घोषणा पत्र के माध्यम से महाराष्ट्र की जनता के सामने जो रखा है वो पूरा करने का वादा आज हम महायुति के सरकार के माध्यम से मैं वहाँ देना चाहता हूँ।
And let's just switch tracks to Jammu and Kashmir, and this is in regard to ruckus that broke out on the third day of the ongoing assembly session in J&K. Ruckus in the House as Assembly passes a resolution to demand restoration of Jammu and Kashmir's special service. This is the Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory Legislative Assembly passing that historic resolution seeking the restoration of the erstwhile state's special status under Article 370, which was revoked in August of 2019 by the centre. The resolution, which was moved by the National Conference leader and Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary on the third day of the session, garnered support from the ruling party despite strong protests from the opposition members of the BJP. And we have Nazir joining us. Nazir, take us through the kind of protests that we saw with the BJP there, saying that this was something that they weren't prepared for.
Well, it took everybody by surprise when Speaker announced that Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary is moving a resolution on restoration of 370. So clearly, and special status, though 370 word has not been mentioned, they have used the word